Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, and good morning. I'm going to move my microphone around. It is Saturday morning. Today is September 2nd. September 2nd, 2023. And this is our the first of many to come every Saturday at 8 a.m. Central Standard Time, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturdays, where we are doing study of the soul, a metaphysical journey, because that is what this is all about here. So, my name is Hadassah. I am a metaphysician, astrologist, yes, astrologist, and coach. And I have been a minister for quite some time now. I can't even think about the number of years. I don't know. It's been a while. I will say that if we want to if we want to use the term like saved, right? Saved from something for the purpose of something else, then yes, I was saved from destruction, right? Like destruction of my whole soul at the age of 16. And so let's see, 16, it was so 32 years. 32 years. And now this makes sense of why this is happening today and not any other time, right? And I became an ordained minister, or I was ordained as a minister, mm, maybe about 20 plus years ago, maybe even a little longer than that, maybe like 25 years or something like that. So it's been a long run. It has been a long run. But here's the thing, this is not about me. It's not about me at all whatsoever, because a minister is a servant. A minister is called to serve. And, as a servant of Yahweh Elohim through YAHSHUA Messiah, to serve my fellow man and woman, the brethren, um, this is what I am here to do. So why am I doing this on this day, on today of all days, Saturday? Well, I want to go into a little story, a bit of a backdrop. Okay. Um, I was basically instructed to do this right here, like that I'm doing right now, over 10 years ago. I can't recall exactly when, but let me see. If I could think of the things that were going on at that time, I want to say that maybe it was around 2009, 2010, somewhere around there. So you say 2009, 2000 years, that was maybe 2000 years, 2010. That was 13, 14 years ago. And you figure, oh, if you was instructed to do this 13, 14 years ago and you just doing this now, like, oh, you was being disobedient. No, not quite, because I actually did it, right? I actually did it. I was having an a this that we're about to do and continue to do consistently every Saturdays between 8 and 9 o'clock, specifically that time, for a reason and for a purpose. Now on Saturdays, some people may be woke, they may be not, may not be, may get on, may not get on. The thing is, when Yahweh tells you to do something, you do it, right? You do it. It don't matter if the people are there or not. Like, you have to do it. And it's streamed across social media anyway, right? It'll be made available for replay on um my profile on Facebook, my page, House of Hadassah on Facebook, on YouTube. It's there, right? So it's out there. So whoever is supposed to see it will see it. Whoever is supposed to get the information, get the knowledge, get the teaching, get the wisdom, get the understanding, they will get it. Okay. Because again, not about me, because if it was, I will be laying right here in this bed. That's what I would be doing. Okay. And studying on my own like I usually do. Okay. But yeah, it was maybe 10, 13, 14 years ago, and I was doing this on a conference, like webinar type of platform. And I was continuing to do it, and but it wasn't any like recording or anything like that, so I don't even have it in the archives or something. And I don't think that that thing is no longer around. I don't even know where it's at. I don't know. Okay. So I wasn't being disobedient. It was just it was on another platform. And then it went away. Right? It went away. So in this time, actually I've been on a fast, a 3-day fast. Started doing fasting, three and work my way up, right? Like 3-day fast, 5-day fast, 7-day fast. Look, I am not YAHSHUA. And so 40-day, I listen, YAHSHUA did that. Okay. I'll do a 3-day, I'll do a 5-day, I'll do a 7-day. And Yahweh say, okay, that's enough days. All right, fine. And it's usually a liquid fast. So that's something that I'm going to share with you how to do that. When you're thinking about fasting and things like that, I'm going to share with you how to do that and how it will work for you and not against you, because you don't want to work against your body. All right. You don't want to work against your body. You want to work with your body, getting into how your body operates. And we're going to get into all of these things. All right. So this is not something that we're doing just one day anyway. Right. So we'll be able to get into a lot of these things. So um, as I was fasting, I started the fast on August 30th, which was just, 3 days ago. um at the full moon, actually at the full moon, I started this fast, and I will do it again at the new moon, which will be on September 14th. Now there's a reason why um this would be done, or something like this would be done at the new moon. And it's because the new moon actually marks a new month according to how Yahweh set up time. Okay. And if we're talking about us being in alignment with God, or being in alignment with Yahweh and all of this type of stuff, then we have to know how He set things up according to the people that He chose to work with in the time that He chose to work with them. Now, if He says, in which He did say, I am Yahweh, I change not. Therefore, you sons of Jacob or Jacob are not consumed. Then all of a sudden, things are being changed and rearranged. The furniture is being rearranged or whatever. And He said, I change not. Then we need to find out how He set up everything and then work with that, instead of thinking that we're doing something of Him and it's really not, right? And that requires some research, in which I've done about 32 years of it. 32 years of it, and continuing to do so. Okay. And continuing to do so. I am a lifelong avid student of my Father, which is Yahweh Elohim. Right. So this is what we are doing, and we're going to be reading. We're going to be doing a lot of reading. I'm going to give you all some research tools because you want to seek these things out for yourself. It's not about research I've done and then you just listen to what I say because I said, this is that and the other. Like, no, I want you to, as I'm saying, talking about it or whatever, right? It's not for you to believe me. And if you will follow me, then follow me as I follow Yahshua the Messiah. Just like Paul said. Paul said that same thing. He said, if you follow me as I follow the Messiah, because I don't have a hell or heaven to put you in. I don't. Um, I don't even have a house to put you in. I mean, I have a house, I live in one, but I have no room for you here. Right? I mean, my house is full. Trust me when I say it's full. It's full with everybody in here. I can't take one more person, right? Um, and so yeah, right. I am not your savior. Anybody else that is human is not your savior, right? Your savior is Yahshua the Messiah, and he will teach you all things and bring all things to your remembrance as you seek him out. Okay. So, researching, studying all of these things, he said, learn of me, learn of me. So you want to learn of him. And I can just give you some basic research tools as a basis to start with. And then you be taking on the journey, right? Between you and him and your time. Okay. So I see why he chose this day of Saturday, because many people know, with Saturday being the Sabbath. All right. Um, what did they do back then on this day, or on the Sabbath, or on the Saturday? They were learning of their Father. They were learning of Yahweh, learning about his commandments and his laws and statutes and ordinances. And they were not philosophizing. They were not philosophizing. They were not taking a couple of verses out of context, out the scriptures, and then building a whole sermon on it. They were not doing that. They were taking the books, right? Because they had books. They were scholars. They were Yahweh scholars. Okay. They were taking the books. They would grab a book. They would read out of that book. And it was the Torah back then. The Torah. Because the Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, or the New Testament wasn't even written yet. At that, it wasn't even there. Okay, it was the Torah, and it was the book of Maccabees, like all of these things. We are going to get into these books that were they're not in the canonized or the canonical version of the Bible that was authorized by as a matter of fact, you know what? I was about to say something. I'm gonna take that back. I'm not gonna say that. Um because the Bible that King James authorized, the 1611 version, does have, hold on. What are we doing here? Does have these books in it. And so, again, I'm going to give you some tools that you can use to start doing your own detailed investigation into these matters, because your soul depends on it. Your soul depends on it. Soul, mind, and psyche, or psychology. Psychology is the study of the soul. Soul, mind, and psyche is synonymous. It means it's like one and the same. Okay. So our soul is our mind, and we point to our head. The organ of our brain is there, but that's an organ that functions, for have the functioning of the body. But the mind, or the soul, operates through the brain, right? The mind operates through the brain, or the soul or the psyche operates through the brain. And so there's a lot of things that has been, how can I say, miseducated, misguided our soul or our mind or our psyche. And truth dispels all of it. Truth dispels it all. So therefore, we have to have the proper tools to dispel all deception, because every one of us was deceived. That's in Revelations. It said that that serpent, that old devil, deceiveth the whole world. The whole world. Nobody is exempt. Nobody. We all didn't know something, right? We all did not know the truth. And in this time, there's a revealing or there's an unveiling that's happening. And, you know, I want to say that maybe that's why Yahweh had things happen the way that it happened back then. You know, when I was talking about like, hey, you know, he told me to do, you know, these things and I was doing them, but then because you don't want to do anything out of time, right? You don't want to do it late. You don't want to do it prematurely. Okay, because this could be some problems with that. I trust me, I know all about some premature things. You don't want to do things prematurely as well. Um, he will tell us to do some things, right? Or start to do some things, but in his timing is when, you know, it's like, okay, go. So that's why we're here right now. It's like, okay, go. Trust me when I say I was deep into you when I wasn't really deep into it at that time. I was about to, you know, woke up, did what I do, get up, stretch, pray, say thank you for this day and all of that, and open my books because I had them. I went to sleep with them, you know, honestly, and then woke up about to get right back at it. And then he's like, get up and go live. Get up and go live. Yeah, this is what I want you to do every Saturday morning. Huh? What time is it? It's 7:30. You got 30 minutes. Really? This what we do? It's 7:30. You got 30 minutes to set up. Wow, man. Okay. All right. Then you just get up and do it, right? So here we are. so so here we are. He like grab this, put it right here, so you won't have to get up and ooh, let me go get this book, grab this book. We're not doing that. Okay, so I had 30 minutes, and here we are. So so these are, you here, write these things down because this will not be all day. This will not be all day. I will say this. We will be about 60 minutes to 90 minutes. 60 minutes to 90 minutes. But if he got something more to do or say, it will be 120 minutes tops. You know what 120 minutes is? 120 minutes is 2 hours. So I'm saying this in the beginning, just so you know, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 120 minutes, which is 1 to 2 hours, because that is pretty much all the mind is gonna take in and pay attention to or retain. Now think about it. It's the reason why they create movies the way that they do. A max movie may be about 2 hours and 14 minutes, you know, given the credits and all of that kind of stuff. There's a reason for that, because movies are subliminally programming the mind. Just like any you know, television show or anything like that. It's programming the mind. It's programming the mind. The music, what you're listening to, it's programming the mind, right? So I'm just saying, if you watch television, if you watch movies, if you watch your programs, please give 60 minutes to 90 minutes to 120 minutes on the soul's journey, right? The study of the soul, a journey through metaphysics. Okay. And don't be afraid of that word metaphysics. We on Facebook now, and now it's called meta. Meta just means beyond, right? So metaphysics or metaphysical means beyond physics, beyond the physical, beyond what you can feel, take, all of that. Beyond the physical is what? Spiritual, invisible things. Because Romans 1:19 and 20, we'll get into that a lot too. Okay, so what I will need you to have is a notebook, a pen, so that you could just take some notes. Every time you come on here, have a notebook. If you have to go to Dollar Tree, you probably, I don't know, if you're anything like me, you have notebooks that you have never used all around your house, because I do. It's it's a thing of mine. Like, yes, I feel like I have to buy every time I go in a Dollar Tree. Oh, I got to buy another note. I got to buy another composition book, another journal, or whatever. But you can get, this is a, well, it says I got this one a long time ago. But if you can see this here, let me see if I could do that. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, I mean, like I said, I got this one a long time ago, but composition book at the dollar 25 tree, because everything is like $1.25 there now. It's not a dollar anymore. $1.25 tree. You can get the pen, you could get all of the, it doesn't have to cost you an arm and a leg. You just need something that is designated to where when you come on here, you have it ready. If you're looking at the replay, same thing. You have it ready so you could jot down, take some notes, to get these tools. So the first thing that you would need to do, have your handy dandy notebook, like Steve used to say on Blues Clues. I used to watch that with my children. Um, and a working pen or pencil, whichever you want to write with. And now I want you to write these things down. Okay. If you have a Bible in your house, you could start off with that. A decent King James version of the Bible. That's fine. Okay, you can start off with that. However, what you would want to do is invest in a Holy Name Bible. Okay, invest in the Holy Name Bible. $40 on Amazon. All right, I do have an Amazon store, and I should have put the link on here. I'll do it next time. Right, I'll do it next time. But a Holy Name Bible, $40 on Amazon. The last time I checked, they weren't available. I'm not sure if they stopped reprinting or whatever. I have no idea. But if you search it on Amazon, you'll see that it's there. If it says currently unavailable, here's the next thing you could do. Next thing you could do is get a, let me take it out my little Bible case. Hold on, y'all. It's coming. It's coming. Here we go. Okay. I'll shoot. Next thing you could do is get, you see it there? You see that tetragrammaton? It is beautiful. I absolutely love this Bible, to be honest. This is a Restoration Study Bible, RSB. This is a third edition. So it has the Strong's Dictionary in here. So those Bibles like the Scofield Reference Bible and things like that's another one you could get too. However, I want you to have a Bible that has the true and correct and original Hebrew names of Yahweh, of our Creator, of Lord God and Jesus Christ, right? I want you to have one of those Bibles, whether it's a holy name or the Restoration Study Bible. Okay. Is and there's a reason for that. It is very, very important. Oh, wow. Okay. I be leaving myself little blues clues back to myself. All right. This is, girl, when you write this. Look, I'm gonna read it. Somebody gonna need this. So, I've had this Bible. You see, I just took it out of my Bible case. And in this inner page, I wrote sanity management, how to stay calm in a storm. Somebody need this. Tolerance, releasing control, embrace change, maintaining faith. Fruits of the Spirit. Fruits of the Spirit, Galatians chapter 5, starting at verse 22. You want to read the entire context, but starting at verse 22. Love, joy, peace. Endurance. Long suffering is endurance, right? Love, joy, peace, endurance. Well, I wrote it out of order here, but it says faith, righteousness, gentleness. I totally wrote this out of order. Well, I'm gonna just read it how I have it written on here, but we're gonna go into that and show you what that is. Love, joy, peace, faith, righteousness, humility, endurance, kindness, self-control. But I do know it in order. It's love, joy, peace, endurance, kindness, righteousness, faith, humility, self-control, which against such there is no law of death. No law or penalty of death. Here it is. Okay, it says, see, all I had to do is just read down some more because I put in order. Love, joy, peace, endurance, gentleness, goodness or righteousness, faith, humility, self-control. The reason why it's so important to have it in order is because the fruits of the Spirit actually develop in that order. The fruits of the Spirit is a development. Just think about the way that fruit grows on a tree, right? It has to develop. And then you can see the fruit on there, but it might not be ripe in order to eat. You don't want to eat it prematurely because it might not be ripe, right? That's the reason why when Yahweh told me to do this not a couple of years ago, but some years ago, basically he was saying, I want you to get ready, be prepared, and mature. Okay. Be ripe and ready. Okay. So anyway, the Restoration Bible, and you can get this. I'm about to go in here because it has a record of genealogy. They used to record before there was birth certificates and social security cards and all of that type of stuff we're going to get into that a little bit later too. You used to record your family and the birth record and stuff like that, your family tree in the Bible, because the Bible was the book of the law. It was law. It's still law. Okay. So Restoration Study Bible. Okay, so here's where you can get it. Write this down. 2 websites. restorationstudybible.com. And as a matter of fact, I might type it in the comments. So www. Typing with one hand. So Restoration Study Bible.com. All right. Or you can also go to www.yrm. IRM. What is that? Okay, that's what that looks like. yrm.org. Now, I am not affiliated with this organization. Let that be clear. And I'm not saying anything is wrong with the organization or anything like that. I'm just saying, I'm not affiliated with the organization. It's just that, hey, when look, if you speak in Yahweh's truth and you're using his name and all of these things, and at least your heart is really seeking him and his truth, then I'm listening. Right? If your heart is truly seeking him and his truth, I'm listening. If not, if you always say I want you to listen to this real quick, then I got to listen to it because you got to know and understand what's going on out here, right? I mean, you just got to know. So, it don't mean that you're finna do it. It just means you need to know what's the word on the street. So, this organization is called Yahweh's Restoration Ministries, hence the YRM.org, right? This is where I got this Bible from. And I was just, I was researching. I was doing some research online and I happened to come across them. And I was like, oh, y'all got Bibles. Oh, what, and then I seen it had the nice little tetragrammaton and all that type of stuff on it. And then, and the true names along with the, it's like a Schofield study Bible that the organization that I came from, um, uh used as well. We had the Holy Name Bible, we had a Schofield reference study Bible. So this is like the Holy Name Bible and the Schofield reference Bible in one. Why not get it? Right? So those are two places that you can get a Bible that has the true and correct original Hebrew names. So now we're going to start here. We are starting here. Let's see what else. So you wrote that down. You also want to put my case back on there. A Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. I remember my mother had a blue one. She still has it, as a matter of fact, and it is still at her house across the street. But I have one. I loved that book, this Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, because when I was younger, she had thank you, Mama. Thank you, Mama, for buying books. Because she could have had a bunch of shoes and purses and stuff like that. And I ain't saying anything is wrong with it. I'm not saying nothing's wrong with having shoes and purses, because then you won't have shoes on your feet because you need shoes to walk outside. And then, you won't have anything to put your belongings and stuff in when you go. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm so glad that my mother had a library in the house, and not just shoes and books, and I mean shoes and purses and clothes, but no knowledge. We had a bunch of, I grew up around books in the house. And so I started reading them because they were there. We'll get into a story a little bit about that later on. Okay. Um, so she had a Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. It was blue. And because she was I think she went to like a ministerial training at Johnny Coleman's church, Universal Christ Temple. I think that's what it's called. In the city, it's on 119th, right off the expressway in Chicago. Okay. And so, the Johnny Coleman's church had a library. And she had the Metaphysical Bible Dictionaries there for sale in there. And my mother had one. And this was what, late 80s, early 90s. And when I found myself not being able to go to school anymore, I started reading the books that was on the shelf in my house, in our house. And I wanted to read the Bible. But when we got to certain parts, I did not understand what was going on. I'm like, okay, because I'm trying to read it like you would read a regular book, and you can't read it that way. That's the reason why a lot of people, all the white man wrote the Bible and all that. Don't let nobody steal your soul. Don't let nobody steal your soul. That's all I can say. Do not let anybody steal your soul, your mind, your psyche from you. Okay? Um, when somebody says that, and all of the other stuff that they say about the scriptures, that just lets me know that they never sat down and read the entire book themselves or went to seek and search out. We just talked about having the 1611 KJV version that you can actually download in an app on your phone. I don't care if you have an iPhone, Android, if you team iPhone or if you team Android, it doesn't even matter. You can go into the app, your app store or your Google Play store and download, put in 1611 KJV, and you can download it on your phone for free. I have it on mine. Right? I'm going to even give you some apps to download for free on your phone so that there is no excuse, because we are without excuse. That's what the Bible say, that we we don't have any excuse whatsoever to not know. No. To know means to be intimate with, right? Knowledge, to be intimate with something, right? A lot of sex going on, not enough intimacy. Mm-hmm. That part. That part. To get to know. Yeah, sex with somebody and don't know who they are. Y'all know that's going on. And we are, and many of us are guilty to. Most of us are guilty of that. Let's just call a spade, right? But we can't be clear and free of stuff that we just don't confess it. Okay, trust me when I say I confessed mad. I'm like, listen, listen here. So, Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. When I decided, okay, I'm gonna read this Bible, and then I read this because I understood metaphysics. That I understood metaphysics before I just understood it. I just had a knowing of things being invisible and the physical manifestation of it. I don't know how I knew, I just knew. But then he brought all things to my remembrance, right? So having this Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, it has and it's just that, like, there's the names of everybody. Everybody that was mentioned in the Bible, their names are in here. They tell you who they are, and then it gives you a metaphysical meaning of that name, because everything has meaning. Every single thing has meaning. The Hebrew alphabet, each letter has a meaning. Each letter has a meaning. So you want a Metaphysical Bible Dictionary. I'm pretty sure that you can look, or you could go online, Charles Fillmore Reference Library. You could go online. They probably got a version online, but you do want to get a hard copy. The first printing of this was in 1931. Okay, 1931. It was reprinted again in what? The 13th reprinting was in 1995. The first printing was in 1931. 1931, the 1930s, but I'm telling you, those dates are very important. They're very important. So, a Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, you want to get that. If you can afford to, and make it a point to be able to afford it. Ask Yahweh, listen, I need to get this book. I need to get this dictionary, and I need this edition. And this edition, I went online and I researched it and found it out, and it was 400, 500, 100, or whatever dollars. Where can I get this money from? He is going to show you a way to do it and to get it, but you need it. Every household needs a Black's Law Dictionary. Every household needs a Black Law Dictionary, preferably anywhere between the first and fourth edition. Any editions after that, and trust me when I say the older editions of the book is going to cost more, because the information after the fourth edition is watered down. Things are taken out, all of that type of stuff. So a lot of these research tools that I'm going to give you, you know, a lot of it is going to date back to maybe even the 1800s. You definitely want 1800 stuff. But maybe 1930s, something like that. Okay. So you need a Black's Law Dictionary. This is the 3rd edition. You need this. You need it. All right. Let's see what else. Okay, so now what I'm also going to do, I'm going to put in this website, www.YAHSHUA.org, because a lot of the things that we are going to get into and talk about would be referenced from a book that you can download. You can download this. It's a PDF, but then also there's let's see, www. The pattern, not pattern with an M, pattern with an N, the pattern of everything. Pattern of everything.org or .com. I think it's .com. Pattern of everything. Okay. It's the pattern of everything.org. And the pattern of everything.org is a let's see. What? Nope, nope, nope. That is not it. It's a library. Okay. It is a library. There are, okay, I'm going to put this one in here. Okay, so the pattern of everything.org. Nope. I'm doing too much right now. Let's get over here on this screen. Pattern of everything.org. And then also I am going to take this link. Come over here. Bring the mouse over this way. There we go. Okay, now bring the mouse over this way. There we go. Girl, you got it. You got it. Okay. I'm giving you all of these tools, okay? Because we can't be out here not equipped. This is the when they talk about put on a whole armor, baby. You have to know and understand what you know and understand. But you cannot do that without the right information. We have all been deceived. We have all been miseducated. We all have. All right. And I can't be out here knowing and understanding what I know and understand. And I'm not the only one, you know, but at least I'm giving you these tools for you to start doing what you need to do as far as your detailed investigation into spiritual matters, because your soul depends on it. Your mind depends on it. Your psyche depends on it. Okay. Let's see. I put that information down there in the comments as well. So whatever platform that you're viewing on, you can see that there. And I do have the comments up. I do have them up, up there. So if you want to comment, need to comment, you have some questions, something like that, I will answer them. If I see anything that's crazy, trust me when I say I will look right past it. I look wherever the children of Yahweh are, the son of perdition shows up too. I know that. I understand it, and I'm not even rattled by it. Right? Because you're supposed to. I get it, right? But trust me when I say I will ignore. I will ignore you. If I see it and it's something crazy, I'm gonna jump right past it and serve the people, the students who are here to learn. Okay? We are in a high time of narcissism. We are. And I know and understand the behavior of the narcissist. They want all of the attention. They want to distract. Okay? They want to entertain. That word entertain means distraction. It means to distract. But to distract from what? Right? To distract from what? So I will not minions. I will not entertain you. I'm saying that up front. Okay. You'll be like the kid in class that just got to walk out. And you'll be sitting there chucking and driving, doing all of this or whatever for no reason. At just, I mean, I know what your reason is, but we're not here for all of that. And I'm not here to strive or debate, because the ministers of Yahweh don't do that. They say that in the book. The ministers of Yahweh, we don't have to. That's like I'm fighting for what's already mine. It's mine, right? I got it on lock. So we not doing that either, right? Like go somewhere else to fight somewhere else. We're not doing that here. Okay? It is about the saving of the mind, the saving of the soul, putting out the right information, the correct information, so that student, that person can do their own detailed investigation, research, and because we not here following up after man. We not. I said this in the beginning. If you follow me as I follow the Messiah. Because if you just following me, you know what you could do? You can follow me right to my house and come help me out, because I need help in my house. Like I do. I need some help with this. I need help. Okay. That's about all. That's better. I need some help. If you follow me to follow me, baby, you gonna follow me right up on in this house, and I got a list of stuff for you to do. Okay. You help me with my website, putting this curriculum on the platform for the children that we have coming on the platform, and all that. You can help me with all of that. That's if you following me, right? But follow me as I follow the Messiah. I'm giving you these tools. Okay. So we got the Black's Law Dictionary, we have the Metaphysical Bible Dictionary, you have the Holy Name Bible, you have the Restoration Bible, and you have these websites. Now, this is the reason why I gave you these websites, and then also this is a downloads of a library of some transcripts um, from an institute. Is called IDMR. Okay, Institute of Divine Metaphysical Research. It is the organization that Yahweh led me to back when I was 15, 16 years old, and I was a student. Learned all of that stuff, um, and the founder who passed on, and I believe it was 1976. He passed the night he made his transition in 1976. His name is Dr. Henry Clifford Kinley. He claimed to had a divine vision and revelation given direct from Yahweh Elohim himself. Before he had that divine vision and revelation, he was a healing minister. He was a healing minister. He actually had the gift of healing, where he literally healed people from sickness, illnesses, disease, debilitating conditions. They were on crutches, all of that type of stuff. He would just take the crutches from them and they would just keep standing up, walk, and all of that, right? And Yahweh said that, and check out Mark 16, verse 15. YAHSHUA said that when his ministers or his people have the Holy Spirit, these signs shall follow, right? There are signs that follow people who have the Holy Spirit, okay? And there's varying gifts. And even Paul talked about the gift of prophecy. He's like, I need all y'all to prophecy. Well, what is to be a prophet or prophecy? To be a prophet simply means that you are a messenger of Yahweh. In Ezra talked about that with prophecy, and it said that all of Yahweh's children prophesied. Because what? Because they could hear him speaking directly to them, right? And so I did not discount this man having a divine vision and revelation direct from Yahweh, because the proof that he gave after that, you know what I'm saying? Like, there needs to be proof that Yahweh spoke to you, right? And the proof that he laid out, it was irrefutable. Couldn't refute it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Yahweh speak to me. He speaks to me. He's told me some things that, he's given me dreams and revelations, and speak to me in a dream, speak to me while I'm awake, I'll get up and tell me to do something, like all of that. And folks think you crazy if you say that. Okay? But there's prophecy, and then there's prophecy. So somebody tell you that they are, oh, I'm a prophet, this, that, and the other. They need to have some proof, and not just because, hey, yeah, somebody knocking. Is that? Oh, okay. That's somebody at the door. I'm sorry. That's my mother-in-law. Hey, Mama Cheryl. And there needs to be some proof. And the proof that was given, and the things that Yahweh showed him, and how he wanted him to put everything together so that he could show the people the operation of Yahweh's eternal purpose, pattern, or plan of salvation. Like, yes, Yahweh has a whole plan of salvation. Hey, Mama Cheryl. He has a whole plan of salvation. A plan. Did you know that? Like, I didn't know that before. But he has a plan. That's the reason why when you're doing something, you got to have a plan and a strategy. He already had it all mapped out. All we got to do is get in line with it, right? So that's how I knew that, oh yeah, this man know what he's talking about. Because anybody could get up, hey, Yahweh he wants you to have houses and riches, and don't get me wrong, he does. The people of Yahweh is not broke. We're not supposed to be. Or if we are, that means that it's something wrong, and we need to get out of the environment that we're in. If you are Yahweh's people and you broke, busted, and disgusted, you're in the wrong environment. You're in the wrong environment. You are wrong around people. You are in the wrong place. You think I'm lying? Check Abram. Before he was Abraham, he was Abram. When Yahweh spoke to him, he told him, get away, get out of your father's house, get away from your kindred. As a matter of fact, get out of this country. Why did he say that? Because they were steeped in idolatry. And I don't want you to take my word for it. You are actually going to read that from the book of Jasher. Now, is the book of Jasher in your regular canonized version of the Bible? No, but it's mentioned in there. And if that book is mentioned, let me see. Let's check to see how many times it's mentioned. Let's see how many times the book of Jasher is mentioned in the canonized version of the Bible. Because see, we get a lot into these studies of the Bible, but it's like he says, search the scriptures. No, not that. Study to show yourself approved. A workman that not need to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. Study. Search. Research. And if we just stick into that and that alone, when in that book itself tells you of some other places to go, if you've really studied it, not just going according to what somebody tells you to look up and study in there, but no, you've done it yourself, some questions are going to start coming up. Okay, so Jasher is mentioned twice in your King James Version. It's mentioned in Joshua, the book of Joshua, chapter 10, verse 13, and 2 Samuel, chapter 1, verse 18. Okay? The book of Jasher is mentioned in the King James Version twice. So then the question you should ask yourself is, wait, the book of Jasher? I don't see that book in here. Where is that book? Because that's exactly what I said. Book of Jasher mentioned in the. I'm like, wait a minute. Because look, we all talk about the promised land. Because when they went over into the promised land, that story is in the book of Joshua or YAHSHUA. We're going to get into that in a few. Okay? That book is mentioned in the book of Joshua, in which the book of Joshua was the book about how they went over into Canaan's land in order to seize or get the land that was promised to them as children, because they were the children of Abraham or Abram, right? Yahweh renamed him Abraham because he said, you will be the father of many. He said you could count the stars of the heaven. If you could count the stars of the heaven, then you'll be able to count how many children you're going to have across this place. I trust me. I have a whole star app on my phone. I won't even think to try to count the stars. They're born and then they die and then they're born. It's a whole bunch of them. Just know it's a whole bunch of them, right? So in that book, when we talking about our promised land and going to get our promised land, okay, how do you do that? How do you go about doing that? It was done already before. So if it was done already before, you need to go in there in the book of Joshua to see how that was even done. And then in that book of Joshua, when they went and claimed, right, the land that was promised to them, it mentions this book of Jasher. Right? Joshua 10, chapter 10, starting at verse 13, it said, and the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down by the whole day. 14. And there was no day like that before it or after it, that Yahweh hearkened to the voice of man, for Yahweh fought for Israel. You see how I'm saying the correct terms, right? Yahweh fought for Israel. Isn't this mentioned in the book of Jasher? So if you really read the books, instead of saying a white man wrote it, none of that, you would be like, isn't this mentioned in the book of Jasher? Book of Jasher? I don't see that book right here. Where would I get the book of Jasher? And you ask that question, Yahweh gonna lead you right to it. That's what happened to me. The book of Jasher. Where's the book of Jasher? Yahweh was like, oh, hold up. Let me, boom, give me the book. I'm like, right? But when you seek to know him, he will freely, like, oh, you want to know that? Oh, okay. He will freely give you, because wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of our times and the strength of our salvation. Wisdom and knowledge. Baby, ooh, when you read the book of wisdom, you can listen to it. I'm gonna give you that too. I'm gonna give you that to where, listen, you can listen to it. When I tell you we are without excuse these days, we are totally without excuse. So 2 Samuel 1:18. We're gonna start at 17. And David lamented with this lamentation over Saul and over Jonathan, his son. Also, he bade them teach the children of Judah the use of the bow. Behold, it is written in the book of Jasher. Wait, so you talking about a book? It started out with a book, Joshua or YAHSHUA, the book of YAHSHUA, where they had to go over to fight for their land. It was their land anyway, but they had to fight for it. They had to basically go and get the people that was on their land. They had to get them off the land. It was 8 nations on that land. Some of them they had to kill, I mean, totally destroy, get off the land. And then there were some that Yahweh said, don't kill them. They will serve you, but we're also leaving them so they will prove and try you to see if you will continue to follow me or you start following after them. That I'm just saying that's what it say. But check it out for yourself so that you could see that I'm not lying, right? Because I ain't here to tell nobody no lies. I don't want that smoke at all whatsoever. I start lying to folk. Next thing you know, I'm wondering why my whole stuff falling apart. I cannot afford to do that. Right? I can't afford to do it. So this book that is basically a whole book about how they went over and fought for their land. It's a book of fighting. It's a book of fighting and claiming, destroying the wickedness and the evil and claiming their land. Right? That's what the book is about. They fighting. So then in so when it mentioned the book of Jasher, in the book of Joshua, it said it was talking about how the sun and the moon stood still. There was no other day like it before it or afterward, where Yahweh basically hearkened to the voice of man so that they continued to fight. They were fighting. Then in 2 Samuel, first chapter, 18th verse, but we started at verse 17, 18, it said, and he also bade them. We'll look up the word bade. And he also bade them teach the children of Judah, the tribe of Judah, the one that was represented by the lion, right? Teach the tribe, the royal, teach the tribe of Judah or the children of Judah the use of the bow. You know, archery, right? How to use. I used to love archery when we took it in gym. I was pretty good. I was pretty good at archery. I loved it. That was the only part I really liked about gym. It's like, oh, we got archery today. Bet. I used to get them whips on my, like, right here. You had to have that little pad on right there if you didn't want them whips. But sometimes we had pads. Sometimes everybody took the pads. I was like, oh shoot, I don't have a pad. Well, my arm gonna be whipped up today because I'm baby, I'm aiming. Right. Um, it said, teach the children of Judah the use of the bow. Behold, it is written in the book of Jasher. Also in the Bible, it said that Yah would say something Yahweh who teaches my fingers to fight. I'm just saying. So anyway, book of Jasher. Book of Jasher is also called the book of the upright. So now I'm about to give you also, if you check in the comments, come on now, get over here on this other screen. Get on, there we go. If you check in the comments, I am about to give you a let's see. You know what? I'm gonna give you the whole channel. I'm gonna give you the channel and the playlist. Okay, where you can actually listen to these books. I don't have no time to sit down and read. No problem. Now you can listen to these audio books for free. Oh, I can't buy because I don't have no money, for free. Okay. And it said playlist. So when you see the playlist, you'll see all of these books that are in the 1611 King James Version. If you don't have any time to sit down and read them, in which eventually you do want to do that, you can plug in your headphones or whatever and listen to them while you're sitting down, cleaning, whatever. You can listen to them. Like I go to bed listening to these these books. I'm listening to them throughout the day almost. Okay, at least for a couple of hours or so. And so the book of Jasher, I'm not about to play it. Okay. Um, all right. So I'm copying this. I'm putting this in the comments as well. All right. So there's the playlist of the book of Jasher. You got a whole playlist of the book. All right. And then let's see, did we do this already? Last but not least, not the least at all. I did also, I put these in the comment section of where you can get it. So I put YAHSHUA.com there. And this is, you'll actually see the first edition. The first edition of this book. The first edition was published in 1961. So, I mean, you should, my books are old. I mean, like I want to get them leather bound, but this is the book, right? It's volumes one. This is volumes 1 and 2. You see, I'm trying to I done taped it up and all kinds of stuff. This is volumes 1 and 2. Elohim, the archetype original pattern of the universe. And this is volumes 3 and 4. Again, Elohim, the archetype original pattern of the universe. All right. So this is what we will be, we'll be going over and studying. And you see that star right there? That is the Star of David. Aya Asher Aya means I will be what I will to be. I know in the Bible, when Yahweh introduced himself to Moses, because before then they didn't, they called him by his title, Elohim, El Shaddai, all of the L's, right? But they didn't know his name. So he gave Moses his name, and he gave him Yahweh. And he said in the scriptures, it says, I am that I am. But he said, because they all spoke one language, remember he spoke Hebrew, he was dealing with the Hebrew people. But there was only one language at first. It was the Hebrew language, which is a creative language. And so he said, Aya Asher Aya. Aya Asher Aya means I will be what I will to be. That's what he said. He didn't say I am that I am. He said I will be what I will to be. He wills himself to be anything. He willed himself to be everything. He's all in all. Right? So that makes sense. Right. Now, I am that I am. I can't will myself to be. I I I, I know we want to, I'm trans financial, or whatever. But Yahweh made me a woman, right? A female. Then I was a girl, and then I was a young woman. Now I'm a woman, right? I'm a woman and a mature woman, right? I'm a woman. I am that I am a woman. Okay. Um, and unless I do something that's gonna mess me up, I will continue to be a woman until I no longer have the breath of Yahweh in my body. Right. So I am that I am, yes. Right. But Yahweh, I will be what I will to be. That's what he said. That's what he said. Aya, Aya, Asher, Aya. That's what he said. Okay. And so, as you can see, the reason why I say it's the archetype pattern of the universe is because everything in the universe is made and operates according to this pattern, because it is the pattern of Yahweh. Yahweh created everything and patterned it after himself. Period. Right? So, I'm trying to think, is there any other study materials that you will need? You really taking pictures? You just taking pictures. Okay. Um, I think that, well, this is it so far, because as we come on here, you won't always see my beautiful face. Right? You won't always see my beautiful face. What you will see a lot of times is slides, right? So I'm going to get that going on this. There will be some slides. There will be some PowerPoint slides, because we will go through these charts so that you can see this operation of Yahweh's eternal purpose, pattern, and plan throughout the dispensations and ages, so that you know where you are now, where we are in time. Okay. We are going to delve into a lot of things. Okay. A lot of things. We're even gonna delve into astrology, because of course you heard me in the beginning say I'm a metaphysician, astrologist, coach. And I know people be, oh, you're an astrologist and you talking about Yahweh and that's of the devil and all of that. I am here to teach you what Yahweh taught me about it. Because yes, I was into astrology. I was learning about it, and Yahweh was like, "Let me show you the truth." Right? The truth about this, and how things were taken, right? Things that I created was taken and perverted into something else. Yahweh created everything. And then you had some entities or whatever that would take certain things and twist and turn it another way, and then continue to teach man or mankind these things, and then it turns into something else instead of what Yahweh created it to be. Right? That's it. Right? So astrology is nothing more than telling the time according to the planetary alignments and how Yahweh made it. Don't believe me? Go to Genesis chapter 1, 14 to 19. Okay. Chapter 1. This ain't even you reading it. This is you open up the book. Look, chapter 1. Like you see this right here? It's kind of yellow. That part highlighted. Okay. And Elohim said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of heavens. Let the lights in the firmament of the heavens separate the day from the night, and they will be for signs and for seasons and for days and for years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heavens to give light upon the earth." And it was so. And Elohim made to appear two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night, and the stars. And Elohim set them in the firmament of heaven to lighten the earth, and to rule the day, and to rule by day and by night, and to separate between light and between darkness. And Elohim saw that it was good. He made everything good for its purpose. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. The evening and the morning were the fourth day. So on day 4, when as Yahweh was creating, he set the sun and the stars and the plant and the moon and the planets and all of that in the heavens to keep time. To keep time. That's it. Yahweh is not bound by time because he is eternal. But he's setting things in order. He set time. And he said, and this is upon the earth. So this is why when YAHSHUA said, okay, our Father, then that this is not a prayer. This is not his prayer. His prayer was in John chapter 17. But the formula for prayer, because his students, which was the disciples are students, right? Disciple, discipline, student. He told us that they asked him, how do we pray? He said, in this manner, our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Now that's speaking in Old English, but in language that we know, our Father, our origin, our spirit. Father means spirit. Father means origin, right? Which are in heaven, in the higher places. Sacred is your name. His name is sacred. The name Yahweh is sacred. Your kingdom comes. Your will, I will be what I will to be, YAHSHUA. Your will be done on earth. On earth, where are we? On this planet called Earth. As it is in heaven. Well, what's going on in the heavens? Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. So the heavens tells a story of our Creator, the events, things that's happening. So as above, so below, on earth as it is in heaven. What's going on there? There's an app. You might want to download it. As a matter of fact, I have 2 of them downloaded. If you want to buy it, that's up to you. I'm on a trial actually to see if I really like it, if I want to invest in it or whatever. But one of them is called Star. One of them is called Star Walk. The other one is called Night Sky. There's some other ones, but those 2, I'm like, eh. And all you do is basically and it has some nice little music in the background too. So you download it, you click on it, and you just point your phone up to the heavens, and you will see the star constellations. You'll see the solar system is a system. We all know in the entrepreneur world that systems work, right? And so we have systems in our body that work and operate. We have system in the heavens that works and operates. Systems work, right? So we see the solar system, and you can see them all across a line that does not go out of its orbit at all whatsoever. And then you'll see the stars and the constellations, and you'll see even more than the constellations that we know of that we call like the 12 zodiac signs. We'll get into that and what that really means. And we will see that according to the scriptures in the book of Jasher. In the book of Jasher. Like even the kings in the not the kings in the scriptures where they talk about the wise men, like when YAHSHUA was born. Oh, the three wise men, they followed the North Star and found him in the manger. We hear that story every Christmas, right? Well, why did they follow a North Star? Why the way they call wise men? Wise is the root word of wisdom. Wisdom is something that we should pray to have. When you read the book of wisdom, you will understand why you need it. Pray for Yahweh's wisdom. That's one of his 9 divine attributes. His 9 divine attributes are wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. Yahweh has 9 divine attributes. There are 9 planets in the solar system. There are 9 fruits of the Spirit. There are 9 numbers, right? 9 that completes the number system before we start over. 9. 9 is the number of completion. 7 is the number of perfection. 9. Right? So 9 vital organs, 9 systems in our body. That number 9. 9 solar months or 40 weeks that it takes for a human body to be fully developed before it's born on this earth. I mean, think about all of that to do with the number 9, right? So this app, I mean, and you can do, all of this, and you'll see those, like the 12 zodiacs, and which we'll get into what that really is, because it really represents the 12 patriarchs. It really represents the 12 patriarchs, and it's in the book of Jasher. Okay. And so, but yeah, you can hold this up and it'll show you where, the Aries and Taurus and all of that stuff is, and where the planets are in it. And but then there's more than that too. Then you'll see Hercules and Pegasus and Orpha what how do you pronounce it? Orpheus or whatever. When people talk about, oh, there's a 13th, the zodiac, it's when you really look at it, it's not really, because it is it's part of the scorpion. Because when you see it, you have to have that app though in order to see. When you see it, you see this man, the Orpheus I forgot how to pronounce it, and he's holding this snake, and his feet, like he's standing on, it's like he's stepping on the scorpion. So it's actually all part of the same, this man holding a serpent, standing on or stepping on the scorpion. That's all together. They just left that part out. I'm telling you, we doing some deep diving. We're going to do some deep diving in our studies. Like we really, really are. And again, I'm telling you, this is all praise be to Yahweh. That's all I could say. because you need to know the true origin of these things, so that you know where everything that Yahweh made is good. All the adversary, or that thing that opposes, is just took what Yahweh created for and good and perverted it or twisted it. Ain't that the same thing that happened with Adam and Eve in the garden? Right? He said, hey, you can eat freely of the trees of the garden, but if this tree of the knowledge, remember, not to know means to be intimate with, of good and evil, don't touch that tree lest you eat it, you die. Okay? When you really break that down, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Good is good and evil is evil. Those are two opposing things, right? You put the word and between that, and the and is a conjunction word that joins two things together and make it one, right? But you cannot join good and evil. You can't join it. It's the polar opposite. If you put good and evil in the search, in the search of your like a Bible app. You could put it, you download a Bible app. I have a couple of them. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you could see that, but it says scripture study, and you see all of these things here. I got the book of Jasher in here, the book of Enoch, the lost books. I got a Webster's 1828 dictionary right there. The Bible Gateway app. I like to use that for research. I have the SKJV app. Download that for real, and you'll see that. I don't know if you could really make it out. I don't know, but it's like a Hebrew, inscription right in there. Oh, the etymology. You want to etymology. Um, Book of Enoch, lost books, Douay Rhymes. I even have the Founder's Bible on here. Um, but yeah, you can put in the search, put in good and evil, just in the search. Good and evil. Okay, so you could put in good and evil, and then I also want you to put good and then the word evil, and you'll see the only time that the scriptures mention good and evil together is when Yahweh said, don't touch it. Like, don't touch that tree. What is a tree? Tree has roots, it has a trunk, and then it has branches. It has a root, a trunk, and branches. So this tree of the knowledge of good and evil has roots, trunk, and then branches of knowledge, right? Of good and evil. The only time that it mentions it is when it said don't touch it. Any other time when good and evil is mentioned, is telling you to choose one, and it's telling you which one to choose. It's like an open book test. Like an open book test. Like, I don't know about you, but I loved open book tests. Like, wait a minute. You gonna test me, and I can have a book right here to look for the answer in the book, and not just, oh, you study it, study it, study it, memorize it, and then now you, like, I can have it right here. Is it like I'm the teacher? I'm giving you this test, and I'm giving you the answer. Any other time in that book, when it mentions good or evil, it says, love good, abhor evil, choose good, eschew evil. It's telling you which one to take hold of, and which one to stay away from. I, it's like how, Sway? How? Like how are we not getting it? Well, we're not getting it because we're not studying to show ourselves approved, a workman not need to be ashamed, rightly dividing the word of truth. That's why. You can't get nothing you ain't doing the work for. Study. And you get it. And then you start seeing things shift, move, change, like all of that. Right? So anyway, that's the only time that is mentioned together when they say don't touch it. Okay. So wanted to mention that in there. Why is this right here? Okay. Maybe because that pen was right there. All right. So gave you all of the study tools. They right there. If you're watching the replay of this, look in the comment section, whichever platform that you're on, look in the comment section. Copy and paste those things, save them, put them. And I'm telling you the way I do. If you're on your phone, all of those things that you see down in the comment section, like highlight it and save it in your notes. Go in your notes, put a little section in there that say uh Bible study or something like that. Bible study, Bible notes, or whatever. Like I have that's I got whole curriculums right here in my phone, right? And I'm putting them on the website too. But I just have these things listed out. So all I have to do go buy Bible notes. Okay, click on Bible notes. Anything that I've researched, studied, or need the links to go back to, or reference, or whatever, it's there. Okay, the most important ones, I pin them so they can be readily available up there. If they're not readily available, all I got to do is scroll down. It's there. So take those, make a note on your phone, label it something, and put those things there. Pin the ones that, like all of these, you would want to pin up top so that you can refer back to them to begin your true avid research into these things. We're going to delve into a lot. Okay, we're going to delve into a lot. But I just gave you a little bit of timekeeping, right? Because here, and I talk about this because, and I get this question a lot. People come in my inbox. They inbox me and they ask me questions, and that's good. I ask questions. If you come in my inbox to fight, and you wondering why you still on read, that's why. Or if I look and I see, and you wonder why I haven't responded, it's either that or I actually did not see the message. It's one of those two. Like sometimes messages go into some type of folder that I don't even know is there or existed. And the next thing you know, when I get to clicking one day and it's like, oh my gosh, I did not know it was here. And then I reply to you and I'd be like, I'm so sorry. I apologize for my delayed response. However, right. And y'all know that's how I do. I'll say that. I apologize for my delayed response. However, I did not even know that this message or folder existed. And then I'm trying to answer something that you asked me, but it was probably in 2016. I apologize. I didn't know that other folder was there. That's all. So it's best to actually friend request me, and then that way, yeah, and trust me, I'm gonna vet you first. I don't just click accept. I click on and let me and I see what you talking about on your stuff. Now, trust me, I love a good joke, something that's funny and all of that, and I will repost it in a heartbeat. So don't think that I'm just all, like, oh, this girl don't have no sense or whatever, just because you might see some funny, crazy stuff on there, because I'm a laugh. Right? I'm a laugh. I'm have a good old jolly time because laughter is good for your soul. Okay. However, for the most part, I teach things that Yahweh say, okay, I want you to share this with other people, and I will. Um, and now it's high time to do so because people need to know it's too much ignorance going on. And the reason why is because the people not teaching. They're not teaching, or they're stuck. They're stuck. And we need not be stuck. Or they're not delving into things that, and it's because they have been made to think or believe that, oh, this evil, oh, that's evil, oh, that's this, or that's that. Here's the thing about it. I mean, and it very well may be. But how are you gonna fight an opponent that you don't know how they move, operate, think, or none of that? You can't. And it's not even about fighting them, more so than it is about no, right? How are you going to discern and you don't know how to discern? Have you been taught how to discern? Discernment is discrimination. And a lot of us don't like that. Oh, I'm being discriminated against. It's discernment. They might have discerned your spirit, right? I mean, look, I've been there. Well, my spirit wasn't right. Yeah. Yes. Discriminate against me if my spirit ain't right. Please do. I do it all the time. But how do you know what to discriminate against? This is how people get caught up in, because narcissism is a big old thing now, right? I mean, really, it always has been. Narcissism is outlined in the scriptures. In the Let's go to it, because I don't want to just sit up here and be talking. Right? We not doing that. We are not doing that. Let us go to 2 Timothy, 3rd chapter. This know also, that in the last days perilous times shall come. Now we finna give the behavior of what is called narcissistic personality disorder. Because there's narcissism, narcissists, but then clinically, if you're a clinical psychologist and you can diagnose these behaviors are outlined in the scriptures. In 2 Timothy chapter 3. Correct me if I'm wrong. If the things that I'm about to read off are not a part of the, what you call it, the DSM, but you all may call it some different terms. But if you do just some, I don't know, out of the thesaurus, right? Like word study in the terms that you all would use, this would be the behavior that's outlined. Okay. I am not a licensed clinical psychologist. However, I work closely with licensed clinical psychologists, and I do study psychology. Because, why? Because I have to as a minister. I have to study all these things because I'm a metaphysician. And as a metaphysician, I see spiritual behavior. Before, well, I won't say before it manifests in the body, it's actually manifested. But I see the spirit that's operating behind the manifestation of that in a body, and know what it is in order to discern and avoid. Because you got to discern it in order to avoid it. But how do you know what to discern if you don't know it? Or if you haven't learned about it, right? Okay. So in the last time, so how do we know the times that we were in? We were talking about astrology and all of this, right? Planetary alignments, time, all of that. The times. Men shall be lovers of their own selves. That's selfishness. selfishness. Selfishness is that it is all for me and about me, and I don't care about anything or anybody else. I don't care that, you know, that I am using you for my own benefit and purpose. It don't matter to me that I got you working for me and you're not making it. Money is being made. You're doing all the work, but I'm getting all the benefits and you're not getting what you need to get out of this deal. Like it's not, it's not reciprocated. I'm getting everything and you are not, and I don't care nothing about it. But as long as I'm good, we as long as I'm good, we fine. They're going to determine that you are fine because they are fine. Not really care about if you are fine. And then if you attempt to say anything about it, you get gaslighted and all of that stuff, right? Making you think you crazy because you asking for what you supposed to, like you don't have any needs. Your need is satisfied by serving theirs. That's selfishness, right? So lovers of their own selves, covetous. They want what's yours, right? Boasters, boasters, bragging. That you see the peacock chest and they, you know what I'm saying? It's like, right? Look, proud. Look up that word. I'm, I tell you, I look up every word. I don't care if I know. My grandmama taught me that. My grandma said, if you think you know it, look it up. And especially look it up in the this Bible app that I told you to download. It's called SKJV. That SK is right there. SKJV. I know you can't see the little inscription thing, but yeah, because the words that's there and you could click on it and it'll take you to the root of the word and the Hebrew, what it mean, like all of that. Okay. Proud, blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unthankful, unholy, without natural affection, truce breakers, false accusers. How many of you have dealt with that type of spirit? And this is how you know what they doing, because they gonna accuse you of it and you ain't even thinking about it. It ain't even, it's not even in, it's not in your spirit, it's not in your character, it is not even in you. But because they do it and that's heavily on their conscience, they're viewing you through the lens of their own mind, or what we call projecting. They're projecting their stuff onto you. Like I heard it now. I'm a coach, right? I you call me what you want to call me, wellness coach, life coach, like all the coaches. Okay, right? I'm certified in this skill set. I had a client one time, and they were saying how they were just going out to the store, going out to the store, and their partner wanted to basically examine them before they went to the store, made sure they had on some underwear. They were like, "What?" I just wanted to see. Well, huh? I'm finna go up here and get some eggs and toast, and I mean, like I'm going to the store. You got to examine me before I walk in the door, out the door, to see if I have on underwear. I said that was a telltale sign right there. Why did they do that? Because that's what they doing. Because if you in your right mind, I don't care how sexy you want to be. Because I'm a sexy individual. I'm gonna just put that out there, right? But it don't mean, that I'm finna be out here butt naked and not have on panties. Like I'm gonna have on some underwear. As a matter of fact, I might have my big girls on, if y'all know what I'm talking about. Right? I might have on my big girls. I'm not walking out the house without underwear on. Period. I don't care what it is. If it's the big girls, if it's the briefs, if it's the thongs, if it's I'm something, it's gonna be. I'm not going out there. I don't care. I can have on clothes. Well, I'm not about to be just no. I'm not. And I don't think any other woman in her right mind or in her righteous mind or any man that's in his righteous mind is going out there freelancing. I'm gonna just keep it a buck and call it that. Going out there freelancing. Because that's just one of the things you do. You get up, you wash your face, brush your teeth, you know what I'm saying? When you put your clothes on, you got your underwear, like all of that. The only time that you won't do that is if your mind is you done had some conversations with somebody. Y'all been talking about how you gonna get down and all of that. And then you say, I'm gonna show up without. And maybe because y'all just meeting each other real quick. You see what I'm saying? So it's like if you know you going to the store and your mind is on the store, but then somebody feel like they got to check you for whatever. That's what they do, right? That's what they do. So they're falsely accusing you of their own behavior. You see what I'm saying? So false accusers. That's just me giving an example of something and something that, that actually was like, and especially, and that's why it behooves you to not be on any of that stuff, any of those things. Because when you're dealing with a person that has that type of spirit, and you know what you're not doing, they will tell you everything that they do because they're accusing you of it. And you know that that's not what you want. So then you have discerned, right? You can't be gaslit because you have discerned that that is them because it ain't you. And then you move accordingly. I'm not telling you what to do, how to do it. You move accordingly. And when I say move accordingly, you better get to in your secret closet and start praying. Father Yahweh, I am in whatever I'm in, and I need a way out because, and I'm gonna tell you why as I keep going. So false accusers, incontinent. Incontinent means you don't have any control, any self-control, right? Incontinent. So they cannot control themselves. They can't control what they doing. Fierce. Despisers of those that are good. Okay? Any licensed clinical psychologist that is very, very, very good at what they do and just like specialize in that behavior will tell you they hate your good. They hate that you are good. You know why? Because it points out that they are not. And they are stuck, or basically they are bound in that behavior. They can't get out. Bound in that behavior means they're damned. They are, and I'm not, and not a curse word. The word damn, think about a dam. It dams in something to where it can't get out. They're damned in that behavior. They can't get out of it. Even if they can't get out of it. because Yahweh gave them over to a reprobate mind. It say that in the scriptures. They were given over to a reprobate mind because when they had the space or the grace to repent, they did not. Okay, you got this grace period. We talk about grace. Oh, the grace of God. Oh, the grace of this, the grace of that. A grace is just a little short window. It's just a little short period of time. Think about it. You got, your payment due, whatever, mortgage, credit card, whatever it is. You got a due date, and then they might give you a grace period. Maybe 5 days, maybe even 10 days before it's reported late or you get a late fee. Right? It's due by this time, but I'm giving you this little space or this little window to pay up. So Yahweh's grace is, I'm giving you this little time or this period to pay up. Pay him what? Because you can't give him any money. You can't give Yahweh no money. It say that in Acts chapter 17. He say, seeing that he created everything and all things that exist, what you gonna give him? He just want your attention. You giving everybody else your attention. You giving everything else your attention, right? Pay what? Attention to what? Him, his way, his voice, his word. So in that little period, that grace period, he's giving, oh, time's up. Boom. Now you're damned. Stuck or bound to where you can't get out of that behavior. You're given over to a reprobate mind. That's like, okay, it's off my books. I'm giving that over to the debt collectors. Right? Didn't pay up in time. You had a grace period. You had this window. Okay, you off my books. Something for us to understand how this works. Right? So, oh my gosh. Hold on a second. This is my grandbaby. Let her know I'm gonna call her back. Hey. Hey, girl, what you that is nice. I'm liking that you're taking care of your skin. What is it, a mask?
Yeah.
You exfoliate. Okay. I'm gonna call you back in about 10 minutes. I'm doing a Bible class, but I'm wrapping up. Okay, I'm gonna call you right back. Okay, bye.
Bye.
She's so funny. Girl, my grandbaby, she taking care of herself. She had her little face mask on. Look, I might call her back with mine on. so we could be matching with our self-care. So so despisers of those that are good, they hate you. They despise you. They despise your goodness. Period. Understand that. And it's okay. Because that means that's a good thing. Right? You don't if they like you, something is wrong. Because they only like you for two reasons. One is if you have allowed yourself to be used by them so they can exploit you, they like you. Or if you are like them, they like you. But only for a little bit, because after a while, they end up turning on you anyway. Right? Traitors, heady, high-minded, right? Lovers of pleasure more than lovers of Yahweh. Having a form of worship, right? Having the form of worship of Yahweh or God, but denying the power thereof. Because if you're really, truly worshiping Yahweh, you got some power. Power just means ability. But what type of ability do you have? What power do you have? What ability do you have? Check out the gifts of the Spirit, right? Do you have those powers? Do you have those abilities? Are they working in you? Do you have the gift, the power of prophecy, which means that you are just a messenger of Yahweh. Yahweh is using your ability to hear him because now you're paying attention to him. You're tuning in to him. So you're listening, and he tells you these things. He may tell you something that's just for you to know, or he may tell you some things to go tell the people. Just like he told me to get up on, he really told me this, like I said in the beginning, years ago, and I got up and did it. I wasn't finna be disobedient. It's like, okay, what you want me to do? Hey, where you want me to get on the conference call thing? Which one? This one right here. Okay, fine. Okay, and it didn't matter. No, it didn't matter where I was. I could be in an emergency room. I'm saying this because it happened in the emergency room with my children, and it was time. I'm getting on that call while I'm sitting there and waiting, and the doctors are doing whatever it is that they're doing. We're coming back and forth, and I'm on there because that's what Yahweh told me to do. Right. And then this morning, I was about to get up here and study on my own and all that. He said, go live. And this is what I want you to do from now on every Saturday at 8 a.m., 9 Eastern. And like I said, it's going to either be 60 minutes, 90 minutes, or 120 minutes, just so you know. Right. So, because I'm just being led and guided with how he's telling me to do things. Okay. So, the power, you can't deny the power or the ability that Yahweh has given you, whether that's the gift of prophecy. We should all pray for it. Pray for it. But in the book of was it Jasher or was it Jubilee? I think it was Jubilee. I want to say it was Jubilee. And I gave you the list where you could go on the playlist and you can just listen to these books. Okay. Where no, that was wisdom. That was the book of wisdom, where it said that look, his gifts will not reside or live in a body that is doing things that's opposing or opposite of him. It just won't. It won't. That's why it's important to fast. That's why it is important to fast. But I'm gonna show you a way to fast to where it works with your body. Okay. Um let's see. So having a form of worship but denying the power. So we not out, we're not finna be out here willy-nilly. And then like we come on, y'all know. Y'all know because y'all see these people. I know I see them. You see these people. And then they oh God, and this and that and the other and so forth and so on, and do some amazing, seem like amazing, wonderful things or whatever, but denying the power of Yahweh. Like, where's that power? And not being used because you know that YAHSHUA was tempted of the adversary. Matthew chapter 4. Matthew chapter 4. Okay. When he'll try to tempt you and test you to see, okay, well, if you be a son of God, then do this, then do that. And if you his son, then cast yourself, jump off this mountain, basically. Like you gonna defy the law of gravity. That Yahweh made that law. It's like if I jump off of here, I'm gonna fall to my death. That's not, we're not doing that. Right? Like, well, if you got the power of God, play the lottery. You should have a whole bunch of money. If you got the and what did YAHSHUA do? At every single turn. No, like, I know who I am. I don't have to prove myself to you because I know exactly who I am. Well, if you got the power of God, you should be able to get thee behind me, you demon. Right? Because we're not tempted of evil. Okay. So that's the last one, denying the power thereof. And then it says, from such turn away. From such turn away. But you had to have been taught about those behaviors, about those about those in order to turn, in order to discern it. And the reason why we were not taught it is because a lot of them that we was listening to, lending our ear to, all of that kind of stuff was it. How about that? Right? I mean, if I'm sitting up here robbing you of your mind, of your soul, why am I going to tell you who I am? Why am I going to point out those behaviors if I'm a walking billboard of it? You see what I'm saying? So you couldn't be taught those things, those behaviors to discern and avoid it if they were it. You understand? But we just went through this. It's right here. It's right here. It's in the book. 2 Timothy. This was the letter. Saul wrote this letter to Timothy. This was a letter. It's not a book. This is a letter. He wrote this letter to Timothy, and he was teaching him. When you see these kind, this is how you know what time that you're in, that these are the last days of the world system as we know it, because this will be on the rise. Well, why is that? Because with anything that you would purify, there's cleansing and then there's purification. You cleanse with water, you purify with fire. And I don't know if you know or not, but there are certain places across this earth that are on fire still. Search it out. Right? That is a physical manifestation of something that is happening spiritually. And Yahweh's ministers, he said his ministers are of a flaming fire. So when we speak the truth, we speak what's there, right? We don't do anything or say anything that's outside of what Yahweh, we just speak the truth. And on some people's heads, it burns them up. It burns them. I ain't here. I came here to show the people where the stuff is, so that they know not to follow up after me. But if you follow me as I follow the Messiah. Because like I said in the beginning, I don't have a hell or a heaven to put anybody in. I don't even have no space in my house for you to be in. Okay? I usually make sure I have a room for guests, but that's guests. That means you're not staying a long time. That means that you just here for a couple of days. I mean, something like that. And then I don't take any old kind of guest either. I even pray on that. Yahweh, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't just have anybody don't you just have anybody and everybody in your house like that. You don't know what you're inviting in there, right? But when there's cleansing and there's purification. Purification is by fire. And when it's put to the fire, all those impurities rises to the surface. So these things being on fire, it's pointing out or rising to the surface. So these behaviors and the people with them, they're on a rise, rising to the surface. So that what? I'm finna show you what. Let's keep on. Now, for of this sort are they which creep into houses. I was just talking about don't have everybody in your house. For of this sort, they which creep into houses, leading captive silly women, laden with sins, led away with various lust. Now let's break that down, because now the physical form is that of women or a woman. But when we know metaphysically what that is, the soul is feminine, the spirit is masculine. I didn't say male, female. I said masculine, feminine, right? Masculine projects or feels, feminine receives. The soul is receptive. And I think everybody has one, right? A male has a soul. A male has a soul. If he doesn't have a soul, something's wrong. But even males have souls. Now, that soul, because it's feminine, has to be filled. What is it filled with? Has that soul chosen to be influenced by that adverse spirit, or has it chosen to be influenced by the spirit of Yahweh? Because Yahweh is spirit, and those that worship Yahweh must worship Yahweh in spirit and in truth. Not just in spirit, but spirit and in truth, and joins, remember? Right? And so, of this sort, there are they which creep into houses, leading captive silly women laden with sin. That word silly means feeble minded, weak minded. That's what it means, weak minded. Silly women laden with sins. Now, the physical manifestation of that is where we see, right? Because there has to be Romans 1:19-20. That which may be known of Yahweh is manifested in them, for he has shown it unto them. For the things of him are clearly seen by the things that are made, even his eternal purpose and supernal nature, so that they are without excuse. That's Romans 1:19-20. Basically, what that means is anything that I see physically or naturally, there's a spiritual component to it. And seeing it physically or naturally gives me the understanding of that spiritual component, because the reality is the spirit, right? The real world is the spiritual world. The physical world is just a reflection of the spiritual world. Okay. This is not the reality. The reality is the spirit. So this is the reason why we got to look at it from the spirit, so that we can correct it naturally or physically, right? So the natural or physical manifestation of the things that are happening spiritually is this, you know, and like I say, it's on a rise because we can see it where, and it's not to say that like all men are narcissists or whatever, and it, because women, there's some women narcissists too, and them jokers is terrible. I mean, because look, anything you give a woman, because you know that, look, we give life, we bring forth life, right? So if you um if you got a man narcissist, you got a woman that's a narcissist, she's even worse. She's worse, because anything you give a woman gonna multiply, right? So if you think that the male narcissist is bad, the female narcissist is horrific. My son in the back time, I can back that statement up. Look, I'm not gonna be partial in my teaching. I cannot. I refuse. I'm not gonna sit. I'm not did the male bashing and then the. I'm everybody gonna get it. Everybody getting the smoke, right? And so if you got a male narcissist, the female narcissist is. I had a I had a dream, and I write my dreams down. I had a dream about that. It was sometime in May of, let me see. And when I tell you I was hold on. Where is it? Dreams, dreams, dreams. Here we go. Are they gone with gunshot? Huh? What time are we supposed to be?
I'm only stopping there for like an hour, so
I
I
know.
go to patient's party, but I was gonna leave at like 12:15, get there at about 12:35.
Oh, okay.
Because it starts at 12, so I'm gonna be there probably like 30 minutes after it starts, so people can be there.
Oh,
Stuff
okay.
like that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be there. Okay. So yeah. So we're about to wrap this up because I said, um let me, let's see. I know it was around. Okay. So dream. Wow. Okay. So I had this dream somewhere around May. This is the date because I date them. May 14th, 15th. So you figure I went to sleep and woke up. So it was between May 14th, 15th. 2020. Okay, 2020. This is me writing in my dream journal. I had a dream last night that demonic forces were coming through women, then attaching themselves onto men through seduction and sex, sort of like a succubus. There were many of them. I was warring with the demonic women and casting or throwing them out and shouting at the men, saying, "This is why you have to stop. You are an open portal for them to carry out their destruction." The men just looked clueless as hell. I'm right. I'm just reading what I wrote in my dream journal. Then there were the strongest one of the demonic forces. It was challenging to throw her out, but as soon as I did, she hit the ground hard. And as she hit the ground, there was the loudest thunder that sounded during last night's storm, and the entire ground shook. Because this is what happened when I had that dream. Now, when I went to bed, I ain't know nothing about no storms and nothing. Everything was fine. I went to sleep. I had that dream. And just as it said in here, like I was in there, I was fighting them damn things. I was baby, I was taking them women. If you ever watch wrestling with my little old self, I was grabbing them things and flexing them. I was throwing them out. I was just like, I knocked my glasses off. I was like, boom, boom. Well, I'm just throwing them out. Then it was one of them. When I said this one was the biggest one, it looked like a grotesque. It's a Disney movie. I don't know the name of this movie, but it's a Disney movie. And I think the name of that thing was Ursula. It was purple. It was purple and it had like this white hair, right? Had like this white hair. And it was it the mermaid? I think that was the mermaid movie. Not the mermaid movie that we talk about right now, but that's out now. But I want to say it was the mermaid movie. But anyway, but whatever one of those Disney movies that it was, and the thing is like the character is purple and it had like a white little short hairstyle or whatever, and it was real like big, like grotesque, like it looked like that. And I was my little self. I'm trying to lift her up, right? But she heavy because she big, right? So I'm lifting her up and everything. But I finally did. I lifted her big butt up and threw her, right? Like threw her out. But when I threw her and she hit the ground, there was actually like in real life storm happening. Okay. There was a thunderstorm that was happening. And in the dream, when I actually threw her out and she hit the ground, in real life, that thunderstorm that was happening, it thundered like boom, and the freaking earth shook. We don't have no earthquakes in Chicago. I live in Chicago, right? Like every now and then we do have one, but it's rare. The earth shook and it woke me up out my sleep. It was like the earth rumbled. I felt it. And I think my husband had fell asleep on the couch watching TV or something like that. And so, I'm in the room sleep. And so when I woke up, I'm like, or was he in there? I remember somebody coming in the room. Somebody came in the room. It was either him or my son. One of them, either he was already in the room and he woke up, or maybe he wasn't in the room and he came in and my son, but I remember my sons coming in too. They came in the room like, "Did you feel that?" And I'm like, "Okay, so that wasn't just my dream." Because I had a dream and that it was an earthquake, like the ground shook. But if I wasn't the only one that felt it, then right now, again, the date. Because I write down my dreams. I write them. Some are psychic dumps. Some Is Yahweh giving me a warning? Some is like, and I say prophetic, meaning they don't happen until years out. But this dream entry was between May, it was like May 14th, 15th, 2020. Okay. And that's what happened in this dream. Yeah. So like I said, this behavior, it ain't just men, it's women too. But that's that dream that I had. So it said, leading captive silly women laden with sins. And when you know and understand that from a metaphysical standpoint, the soul is feminine. I didn't say the soul was a woman. I said that the soul is feminine because it receives. Spirit is masculine because it projects or gives. Yahweh is spirit. He gives. The soul is feminine. We have souls. We receive. Male or female, we receive. But what are we receiving? What are we being influenced by? And then what spirit gives or pours out into the soul is manifested in the physical body. Spirit, soul, body. So are we getting are we receiving from Yahweh? Or are we receiving from something else? It's going to be manifested in our body, and the behavior will be seen. Right? For of this sort are they which creep into houses, leading captive silly women, or weak-minded souls. Weak souls. Well, how do you strengthen a soul? By the Spirit of Yahweh and His truth. So that way, that devil come and trying to deceive you and all that kind of stuff. Nope, that's what we call boundaries. Right? Same thing YAHSHUA did in Matthew chapter 4. Nope, nope, nope. And all he did was repeat what the law or what Yahweh said. Oh, well, if you hungry, make this bread. Man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds from the mouth of Yahweh. And then what did the adversary do? Like, oh, so you want to take it to the scriptures? Then guess what? The adversary took it to the scriptures too. So just because somebody know the scriptures, they know how to recite them. Because the devil know the scriptures too. Right? But is he twisting them to make it fit some type of philosophy and philosophizing it? Or is it truth? Right? And you do that through your own detailed investigation and research, in which I just gave you some basic tools to work with. In the wherever you watching, you just look in the comment section, you see all those tools, copy them, put them in your notes, and in your app on your notes on your phone or whatever, and then we're gonna go from there. Okay, so led away with various lusts. Look, ever learning, and never able to come to the knowledge of truth. They learning, well read, well learned, probably got all types of degrees and certificates and diplomas and certifications of all of that. But the knowledge of the truth, that's the key. What's the truth though? All of this knowledge, what is the truth though? That part. Now here's the exposure. Here's the exposure, and then we're getting off of here. Verse 8. Now, as Jannes and Jambres withstood Moses. Now you got to know who Jannes and Jambres was. Jannes and Jambres were the magicians who was in the king's council. That when Yahweh gave Moses power to go in front of Pharaoh to say, let my people go, and Yahweh was like, I want you to do this, that, and the other. And then Jannes and Jambres did the exact same things that Moses did. But But anything that Moses did trumped what they did. So you can have people out here and they can do the exact same things that Yahweh's people can do. But guess what? Yahweh's people is going to swallow up or trump what they do. Because what? Truth is backing it. Yahweh's truth. Period. You could stand on that, right? So now, as Janus and Jambres withstood Moses, the one that Yahweh chose out, okay, to free his people, so do these also resist the truth. They resist the truth. Now they got all of the stuff, but they resist the truth though. Right? Men of corrupt minds, reprobate minds, reprobate concerning the faith. Faith means trust. But guess what? They shall proceed no further. For their folly or their foolishness shall be manifest. Manifest means to make plain. Their foolishness shall be manifest, made plain for everybody to see, okay? Unto all men, as theirs was also. As theirs was also. Everybody is seeing it. Everybody is seeing it. You can see it. But you got to know what it is that you're seeing. And how would you know unless somebody is teaching you? Unless somebody has taught you. And how are they teaching you? If they're Isaiah 8 and 20. Isaiah 8 and 20. Okay, Yahweh, look, we told the people. I mean, I don't have no problem. I'm just saying that the people, right? You know how much they could do to take. But we wrapping this up. And then me and you gonna keep on going. Yeah, Isaiah 8 and 20. There's a specific way that you need to go in and study. Because there has to be, it's just like with the law. You need witnesses, right? Because that's what it say in the law. Okay. So when you're looking at things and when you're searching things out in the scriptures, this is what I want you to write down. Because you got to verify, right? Okay. On anything. The law. You got to take the law. That's in the first 5 books of the Bible. The Torah, the law. Where is it in there? Now you need 2 witnesses of that law. And that's in the prophets. The book of prophecy or in the prophets. Okay? And then the testament or the testimony. In Isaiah, which is one of the prophets, it says to the law, and the testimony. I think in I'm reading the Holy Name Bible. Okay, so in the Holy Name Bible, it says to the law and to the testimony. I think that in the King James Version, it says, let me pull it up before I say that that's what it says. Because listen, when I tell you, I'm not gonna sit up here and just prop myself up to be, we gonna go to the book. We will go to the book. Okay, Isaiah 8 and 20 in the King James Version. So Isaiah 8 and 20 in the King James Version says to the testimony. So I'm reading out of the Holy Name Bible. to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. Isaiah 8:20 in the King James Version. To the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them. Light means understanding. There's no understanding. What is understanding but wisdom? There is no wisdom in them. Wisdom is one of Yahweh's 9 divine attributes, and wisdom correlates with something, with a system in the body that everybody has, which is your nervous system. Wisdom correlates with the nervous system in the physical body, because the nervous system with the central nervous system, or the CNS, is the brain and the spinal cord. Okay? The brain. The brain is an organ that the mind or the soul operates through. Okay? And it has its dendrites and the synapses and all of that. And when you see it, you see those things, they're like Y's. That's how you know the name of Yahweh. Yahweh put his name all over our physical body and all over the creation. So there's no refuting that. Okay? So I will always speak in the name of Yahweh, because that's what Yahweh said. He said, I am Yahweh, I change not. And if he talk about his name being so important enough, everything all the time, why am I going to say something else? Was I fooled like everybody else? Was I deceived like everybody else? Yes, I was. But when I came to the knowledge of the truth, hey, this the truth. And then I see it. And how do I see it? Because there is proof of it. How is there proof of it? If of anything and everything that I have had or not had, I have always had the physical body that I live in. And you have too. Right? You may have had a house and not had a house. You may have had a car, not had a car. You may have had a woman or a man and then don't have him no more. You may have had children and then they go. Or some of them, my heart goes out to you if they passed away and then they passed on. But guess what you have always had? The body that you live in. And your body itself has Yahweh's name on it throughout every intricate, detailed part of your body. Just the letter Y itself. Those dendrites and everything of the nervous system, they look like trees. And every tree starts off, when it sprouts up from the ground, it go like this. It goes in a Y first. And then it just branch off to more Y's and more Y's and more Y's and more Y's and more Y's. Your nervous system in your brain, right? That the mind operates through. And that is the communication system of your body. And it starts there, and it communicates messages down through the spinal cord that is encased by the vertebrae or the vertebral column. The vertebral column, and I'm pointing because I have a skeleton like right here that call him George that I teach the anatomy and all of that stuff with. But the vertebral column is the encasing that protects that spinal cord, because that spinal cord is very, very delicate. Okay? And this is the communication system. It starts with the brain, the synapses and all of that goes through the spinal cord, and the spinal cord has offshoots, or you got your the somatic system with the nerves. Okay? And then you have the peripheral nerves. The peripheral nerve shoots off of the spinal cord that is connected to the muscles in the body, and the muscles are connected to the bones, and that's how we move around, because it is giving through the central nervous system quick electrical impulses in order for the body to move and function. So it is the actual light or electrical system of the body, and it communicates with the body in order for the body to move. So now, when you take that, a physical manifestation, to understand the spiritual, when we talk about the body of Christ or the body of the Messiah, right? The body of the Messiah, you got spirit, soul, and body. Spirit, soul, yeah, spirit, soul, and body. Pneuma, psyche, and soma, right? Soma means body, psyche, soul, pneuma, spirit. Okay? The communication. Who is giving the communication? Is it Yahweh or is it something else? To operate through the nervous system. That communication goes throughout our signals to the muscle. The muscle is synonymous with power. Okay? This is why you exercise and you strengthen by what? Weight and resistance. That's how you strengthen your body, through weight and resistance, right? To the bones. The bones is that's the weight. The resistance, right? Resistance that powers the strengthens the muscle or builds. Weights strengthens the bones. Resistance builds the muscle. So I want to say that correctly. You would do weights to strengthen your bones, right? You would do resistance training to build muscle. But you need your central nervous system to operate correctly, or you need Yahweh communicating with you for the body to move, right? The way that the body of the Messiah would move. Okay? So to the law and to the testament, if they speak not according to this word, it's because that there is no light or understanding or wisdom that is gotten of Yahweh in them. Because we do know, though, there's a worldly wisdom, right? And many people have it. Many people have it. Many people have it, right? But then there is Yahweh's wisdom, and that is the wisdom that we want to have, right? When you read or listen to the book of wisdom, baby, after you listen to that book, look, that's your homework today. Click on that playlist and read and listen to the book of wisdom. Listen to it throughout the rest of this weekend. Listen to it a couple of times this week. I think it's like an hour long to listen to. I don't care what you're doing. If you're driving in a car, you just plug it in your ears. Listen to it. Listen to it at least 3 times. For extra credit, 4. That means that you have listened to it at least 4 hours throughout the rest of this weekend. You're going to understand why you want Yahweh's wisdom. And you better pray for it just like Solomon did. King Solomon prayed for, Yahweh, like, okay, in the order of David, now you set up to be king. Tell me what you want. He said, I'm about to lead these people and everything. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to do. Give me wisdom. I need the wisdom in order to know how to rule this kingdom. Yahweh was like, very well said. Because you know why? Because wisdom. Now think about it. Think about if your nervous system did not work. We'd be dead. If your nervous system starts to shut down, you have a stroke. Palsy. Bell's palsy. Because there's no communication in the body. That's what happens. That's a stroke. That the nervous system starts to shut down and it's not signaling or giving messages to the body in order for the body to move and move and operate, because then again the nerves are connected to the muscle. And so that's why you'll have anybody that's experienced any type of paralysis or Bell's palsy or something like that. You got one side of the face that starts shutting down, or somebody have a stroke, and then it's like all of a sudden it's like it's like you saw, it's almost like a robot. You know how you have a robot and they start shutting down and it's like that's what happens when somebody has a stroke or like a Bell's palsy or something. it's just like they start to shut down, like, oh, the nerves, the nervous system. It shuts down. Stress is stressed, maxed out, right? So that is the wisdom or the light of the body. So we have to have, you got the law and the prophets, or the law and the testimony, because the testimony was really of the prophets, Yahweh's messengers, his messengers. So the I mean, we're many prophets, but the books of, like, say, so you got Ezra, Nehemiah, um you got uh Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Hosea, Zechariah, like all of the, look, people in different times saying the same thing, right? Because to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, what's this word? The word that was in the law and the testimony. Okay. You have to have, where it says, where that 2 or 3 witnesses, let the matter be established. It said that in the law, right? So you need 2 or 3 witnesses. If somebody, if you were like, say you was accused of a crime, but you was at home, in the bed, and if you had, say you had some people that live in your house with you, like, say I was accused of a crime, and I'm in the house, I'm in the bed, and I was talking to my friend on the phone. Maybe we was talking about 8, 9. It will be before 8, 9 o'clock, because after that I'm asleep. I'm going to bed, right? So they we was on the phone talking, 8, 9 o'clock or whatever, and it's like, girl, I'm finna get off this phone, go to bed. I'll talk to you tomorrow. Okay, bye. Right? And then my children are here, and I have several of them here, and they know that I'm here, right? So I got a witness on the phone, and me and her got off the phone that said time, and then my children are here, and they know that I did not leave my house and that I was in the bed. And then next thing you know, somebody said that I was somewhere, okay, doing some things over yonder. And then next thing you know, hear somebody come, or people come to my door and say, well, hey, we was that you were at such and such a so and so at this time and that time, and then you did such and such a so and so. It's like, no, I didn't, because I was here in the bed. Okay, I need 2 or 3 people to confirm that I was in the bed, right? From different places. Oh no, I talked to her on the phone. And we got off because she was sleepy. As a matter of fact, she actually fell asleep on me. And I just hung up the phone. She was asleep, right? And then my children, about 2, 3, 5 of them. No, she didn't. She was in the bed. She didn't go nowhere. As a matter of fact, her car was nothing was moving and shaking. They could check my call log, and they would check my call log and see, they could see all of that now, that she was in the bed. Car tower said, and her location, but she was. I have more than 2 or 3 witnesses. You see what I'm saying? And these were people that were in different places that can testify to where I was. So you have these prophets that were in different times, in ages, and even dispensations, testifying to the same truth of what Yahweh spoke to Moses to give to his people. And that is where that distinction, that fine distinction comes in, is because people think this means it's for everybody, and it's not. And this is why you'll have people that's fighting you and all of that type of stuff. You know, Look, I ain't fighting nobody a bit with it or about it. Why? Apparently, if you, oh no, it's this is that, then it's not for you. It's for his people. And he is the one that knows who his people are. I don't know who all of them are. I know that I am one, and I know that what he told me to do, to share with the food that I have, okay, to give to those who are thirsting and are hungry for his word and his truth. Can't just be his word and truth, because it said in here, and truth, right? And truth. Make sure that's added. And truth. Okay, so we will always say his word and truth, because the point is everybody talking about his word, but they don't say and truth. We need the truth with it, right? So if it ain't for you, it ain't for you. Maybe you're not one. I don't know if you are or not. That's not my call, right? Not my call. But I do know that his people, just like in Jeremiah 31, write that down. Jeremiah 31 through Jeremiah 31 through 34. He was a prophet too. He said, and Yahweh had him wrote it down, because all of the prophets, they always started out with, and the word of Yahweh came unto me saying, and who is a prophet but those who are inspired by Yahweh to write or to speak? That's what a prophet is. It's a messenger of Yahweh, and Yahweh will always tell them to do something. And the thing that that Yahweh would have them to do or say will align up with the exact same thing that any other prophet in the scriptures have said, and his law or his commandment. Because the laws were, I'll tell you this, the laws actually pointed out the sin. He said, keep my commandments. That's what he said. He made the laws in order to point out sin or ignorance. What do I mean by that? Here's the example. Say I have my house, right? And I have my children in my house. And I never said to them that there are some rules and regulations in the house. I never gave them a curfew or any of those things. Then they just go about doing whatever it is they want to do in my house. Right? That's it. They can do whatever they want to do, because I ain't never gave them no rules, boundaries, nothing. But then I'm seeing that, okay, this is getting out of hand, right? And the things that's basically vexing my spirit, that's what I'm like, all right, listen, now I'm about to sit everybody down. Now we sitting down. These are the rules and regulations of the house, and I made sure that I wrote them out so that there is no excuse, because I don't want nobody saying that, like I said it, but it's not written down. And then all of a sudden, well, I ain't know that you heard me say, oh, well, I ain't know. I'm going to fix that. I'm going to write it down and I'm going to post it. So you can't say that I didn't say what I said because I wrote it. Right? I do that in my house. It's there. Because what we're not going to do is act like we don't know. And the repeating of myself is already written. It's already there. Who's supposed to do the kitchen or the chores or the this, and that, and the other? It's on the refrigerator. The only thing that changes is the names during the week, because we rotate, right? You got kitchen, bathroom, and everybody know what they supposed to do in it and all of that. And the only thing that changes is that I rotate the names. This week is this person. So if somebody say who is supposed to do, it's on the refrigerator. Such and such ain't done, it's on the refrigerator. The name, if that's not done, look on the refrigerator at the name and go to that person. Because I'm not finna rack my brain about it. Now, and I know if I do that in my house, we talking about Yahweh. They created everything. Us, our breath, all of that. Let's act like we don't have house rules. There are. Is it everybody's rules? Nope. Let that be clear. Is it everybody's? No. Don't fight nobody about it. It is not their rule. All the Bible and this, that, and they could chuck it and jab it and shun it and talk about it and all of that. Fine. They are not in the house. Yahweh said that he will bless the families of the earth that's in his kingdom. Everybody ain't in it. And they are the ones that exclude themselves out of it. And whatever gods they worship, they get whatever they get from them. That's fine. I ain't telling nobody that they shouldn't be, oh, you shouldn't be doing it. Listen, if that worked for you, that is fine. Work it. If you have gotten everything that you wanted to get and the things that you have to do in order to do it, that is fine. Do it. But Yahweh and his people and his house, he got rules and regulations. He do. He got terms and conditions. He do. And they are not grievous. They so easy. When I came to find the simplicity of Yahweh, YAHSHUA said it. He said, take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. What? I just want you to know me. Learn of me. That's what he said. Remember Martha? Anybody that know, if you at least know this in the Bible, you had Martha and Martha and Mary, or Martha and Miriam. Miriam is a Hebrew name. Martha and Miriam. And you had Martha, she going about, she cooking and cleaning and sewing and baking and doing all of this and that and the other and so forth and so on. And YAHSHUA, he in the house. YAHSHUA is there in the house. And she slaving about cooking and cleaning and sewing and baking and doing all this and all of that. And Mary, she just sitting at his feet, just learning all about him. And then Martha had an attitude with Miriam, and she went to YAHSHUA. She like, you ain't gonna tell her to come up in here and help me clean up this kitchen and these dishes, and I gotta sweep and this and that and the other. And then he said to her, he said, I mean, you worrying yourself with these dishes and cooking and cleaning and sewing and baking and all of this stuff. He was like, she's getting the good part of me. She's getting the better part of me. Ladies. Now, this is for ladies. Now, you heard that. You heard that, right? Now, I ain't telling nobody to be no slob. Because, cleanliness. We got to have cleanliness, right? But let me tell you something. A man after Yahweh's own heart do not want to see his wife, his woman, who he loves, who he truly loves with his heart, with all his heart, his might, and his soul, sitting up there struggling and striving and working like a Hebrew slave. He don't. You know why? Because YAHSHUA did. YAHSHUA came to take all that work and burden off his bride and teach her the truth. Because he said, take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light. And then when he turned around and said, you got Martha cooking and cleaning and sewing and baking and doing this and that and the other, and you got Miriam sitting down just learning, he said, learn of me, get to know me. I ain't finna have you doing all this, because that's not your job. I came here to do that. That's what your man, your husband, the one that really truly loves you, want for you. Because he want to spend time with you. He wants y'all to know each other. And either one or two things gonna happen. If y'all don't have no maids and no money for the maids and stuff like that, he gonna do that with you. He's going to do that with you because he know that has to be done. Y'all just can't sit up there and be in no nasty house. Right? And eventually, as Yahweh continue to bless him, Yahweh will bless him because Yahweh is seeing how he's treating his wife. Yahweh blesses the man that treats his wife like he treats his bride. Okay? To where his work won't be, he'll just go to work and he just get blessings upon blessings upon blessings upon blessings. Why? Because he's treating his wife like Yahweh treats his. He's treating his bride like Yahweh treats his. That's why. Because he's in order. So then eventually he'll be able to pay somebody to take that burden, take that off your hands. That not that they slaves, but hey, they have, it's like this is what they want to do. They had his cleaning service. Right? Yahweh blessed them to want to clean and have this cleaning service. So he's paying them in order to do it, and they come and they're happy to do it, and your wife happy, right? Or you as the wife or the bride is happy that somebody coming to do it, because now you can spend more time with your husband and enjoying your house, enjoying your husband, enjoying your children. That is the order. That's an order. That's the order. Because that's what YAHSHUA did, because that's what he saw his father, Yahweh, do. I'm just giving you a little note. Okay. If you got one of these ones that's trying to get everything for free 99, well, I'm gonna make her my wife. I'm gonna marry her by paper. I ain't saying I'm not the one sitting up here. Marriage just is people paper. No, you better get it. It protects you, it protects your family. That's what it does. But you just don't want to get it with any and everybody, and then you end up having to disannul it, or just like you have a business and you get the filing and all of that stuff, and then next thing you know, you got to dissolve it because you're not handling business properly, right? Same thing. But it's not about just that only. But then he'll marry you because basically what he wants is a live-in maid and roommate. Let's call a spade, right? He want a live-in maid and roommate. You can watch out for that. Silly women, right? These are the sort that creeping in houses, leading captive silly women laden with sins. Yeah. Well, I married you. I gave you this piece of paper. And so now you're supposed to cook, clean, sew, bake, drop it like it's hot, be everything, be all of these jobs in one with no help. You're doing $1 million worth of work, and then somebody telling you that you make teenage money, or if you make any money at all, or if you need 2 cents to rub together, they got attitude about giving it to you. That's not how Yahweh operates. That's not how the man of Yahweh operates. Because it's right here. YAHSHUA did not do that. Right? YAHSHUA, like, I'm taking this burden up off of you, because this ain't what this not, you can't do all of this. Right? He just say, keep my commandments. Then we're gonna learn what those are. Right? But Jeremiah 31 through 34, and then we getting up off here for real. And then me and Yahweh just gonna keep on going. Right? Jeremiah 31 through 34. Behold, now this is, Jeremiah was one of the prophets. Okay? Behold, the days come, saith Yahweh, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, or Yahudah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them, saith Yahweh. Now, what was, he said, not the covenant that I gave to them that they broke. What was that? That was when he was with Moses. He took Moses up on a mount for 40 days and 40 nights. And in those 40 days and 40 nights, Yahweh showed him how he created the heavens and the earth and all of that type of stuff. So people always want to know, I mean, well, how a man write the book, basically how did you write about your birth and the earth creation and all of that, and you wasn't even there? That lets you know that that's a person that don't believe in spiritual things. Because what Yahweh does is he will speak with you, and he will show you in a dream and a vision everything that he wants you to see so that you'll know it. And that's what happened. When Yahweh, when they came up out of there, and Moses went up on the mount 40 days and 40 nights, and the children of Israel start acting a doggone fool. when Moses was up there, Yahweh was showing him how he created the heavens and the earth. That's how Moses was able to write it. He was inspired by Yahweh. So do we believe that happens or we don't? And then if we don't, how did you, like for real? You created something. You made your whatever, your product, your service, your business, your whatever. You were inspired to do that. But then don't believe that Yahweh will show somebody, his prophet or his messenger, how the heavens and the earth was created. Make that make sense. So, and everything that Yahweh told Moses in his creation, how he created the heavens and the earth. When you become what? Study astronomy, study physiology, study all these things, you like, that's in the Bible. Yes, in the Bible. Right? You just learned the science of it. But he showed Moses how it was done and then told Moses to write it in a book. So that they'll all know what you know. Because it's not just for one person to hoard the information, right? So that's the covenant that he gave them in the wilderness after he brought them out of that environment in Egypt where they were in slavery and bondage, and they was worshiping all those different gods and all of that kind of stuff down there. Okay, so they had just came from that place where there was all kinds of worship of many different gods. That's the reason why Moses asked him, when I come to the children of Israel and say that Elohim told me that this, what's your name? Well, if his name was the Lord God, why would he ask him what his name was? That wasn't his name. I need your name because there's a whole bunch of gods down there with a whole bunch of different names. So which one are you? Right? Let's get some intelligence in this. Which one are you? Well, the one that I am, right? Universal spirit, the creator of heaven and earth, the creator of the new heavens and new earth and all that exists, the Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who he called Yisrael, having power with Elohim. That's what Yisrael means. Having power with Elohim. Can't have power without him. Having power with him. Yahweh is my name. Before, your forefathers did not know me by that name. They knew me by my title, El Shaddai, Elohim, Eloah, because of their experience with him. He was either the almighty provider or like whatever their experience, El something. But Yahweh, breath, right? We breathe the name of Yahweh, even if we don't believe it. We still breathe his name. He's still going to get his praise. He get his praise in our breath. The very breath that many people will sit there and deny him. He like, I'm still good, man. It don't make me no difference because I know who I am. It's unfortunate that you don't know who you are, but I want you to know who you are. But since you have decided not to really know whose you are, then okay, he cool with it. He said he's not willing that any should perish, but that all. But the only choice, when we talk about free will, the only free will that we have is the free will to choose between, are we going to be obedient and be in alignment with him, or we refuse and rebel and be on the other side with that adverse spirit that turns and twists and have you doing a whole lot of work for your salvation. That's the only choice we got. After that, everything else. Choose you this day whom you will serve. After that choice is made, you either get to work or you get into being obedient and having these things added unto you. Right? That's just there. But he said, I will make a new covenant, not the one that they had when they was in the wilderness, when they came up out of there, and he gave them 613 statutes, laws. It was 613, not 10. 613 that they could not keep. And we sitting up here talking about 10, and folks can't even keep the 10. Can't even keep the first one. What's the first one? What is the very first one? What's the that's in my other whatchamacallit. What is the first one? We finna look and see what the first one is. Uh-oh. Hold on. Uh Here we go. Exodus 20. And Yahweh spake all these words, saying, I am Yahweh your Elohim, which have brought you out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. You shall not have no other gods before me. That's number one. Who kept that? Some people say, I did. I think maybe our children, if we have learned and we taught them correctly, maybe they will say that. But this whole world is steeped in idolatry to where you don't even know if you're idol worshiping or not. Because everything is an idol these days. Like, yeah. You should have no other gods before me. That's number one. And this is, I'm not bashing anything or anybody, because again, all of us then came up and we were, and then, with our parents, and then we just learned from our parents and all of that. But just do your own research, your own research. And if we talk about how the name is so important and this is that and the other and so forth and so on, I am Yahweh and I change not, therefore you sons of Jacob are not consumed, all of those things, and we say Lord God Jesus Christ and all of this, do your, the name Jesus Christ. When you do your search all the way back through time and history of where it comes from the Hindu God, Isus Christos. That's where it comes from. That was an idol that the Hindu Pali, right? What is called polytheism, the worship of many gods. That name traces all the way back to there. That's idol worship. Don't take my word for it. Do your own research, because we will delve into it. That will be the next live that we do. Today I gave y'all all the tools and things that you would need Because when we delve into it, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to get in the books. That's what we're doing. The problem is that people are not learning the truth. And then someone will say, because I've had a teacher say this to me, a teacher, that was dangerous. Okay. Can't nobody tell me nothing. What they say? Can't nobody tell them. I'm trying to remember. I don't want to put the words in their mouth. I want to say exactly what they said. They said, can't nobody tell me nothing out of no book. That's what. Can't nobody tell me nothing out of no book. Yahweh didn't even let me open my mouth. He shut my mouth, but he made my eyes go just like this. And the thought that came to mind was, and you are a teacher. What are you even teaching children? You teaching some people's children. And what are you teaching them? Are you using a curriculum? Are you using books in the school? What are y'all studying out of? What are y'all doing up in there? I mean, of course, you got to be careful about some of these books anyway, but still, what? Are you serious? Baby, I said, Yahweh told me to homeschool anyway. I was like, if I don't hurry up and get my children up out these doggone school, I don't know what these teachers doing. I don't know what they're doing. I'm like, I got enough books in my house and Yahweh himself for me to be like, okay, Heavenly Father, Yahweh, what do you want me to teach these children? How you want me to do it? What you want me to do? Because that was scary. To have a whole teacher say that out of their mouths. Baby, I was too through. So we will get in the books. You in the school, baby, listen. Idol worship. Look at me. Worship me. Worship what I know. What Nope. This not gonna be what Hadassah said. This is, let's go and look in here and let's see. That's what we're doing. You shall not make unto you any graven image or any likeness of anything that is in the heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. That's number 2. That's already done. That's already done. But why did he say this? Why did he make these laws against it? You got to read the book of YAHSHUA to understand why. And if the book of YAHSHUA is not in your regular King James version of the Bible that you have in your house, or that's in the hotel motel drawer, if you even go in there and read it or whatever, that book is not in there. It's in that 1611 is there, and it's also in the I'm pointing up here because I have a screen up there too, but down below in that playlist I put in the book of YAHSHUA that you could listen to, because I've given a backdrop of the story, and I'm gonna continue to read this too, because you need to know Jeremiah 31 through 34. Do you need to understand this? Okay. to even understand the whole purpose of the death, burial, resurrection, ascension, and outpouring of the Holy Spirit upon mankind, so that whosoever receives it shall be saved, for Yahweh's purpose from destruction. Not just I'm saved. You're saved from what and for what? You're saved from destruction for the purpose of Yahweh's use of whatever it is that he'll have you to do. And it don't have to be this big, grand, thing. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, right? Maybe it's for the purpose of your household. That's what happened. Look, when the children of Israel were saved from destruction, the destruction of Egypt, he was about to tear down that world system. It's happening right now. This is why he want me to have. This is why he got me doing this. It's happening right now. And what they had to do to be saved from there, he didn't tell them to go take out no Uzis. He didn't tell them to go throw some salt behind their back and do 2 Hail Marys. He didn't tell them to do none of that. He told them take out a lamb. He told them how to prepare it. He told them to all of that type of stuff. He told them to strike the blood on the inside of the doorpost in their house. The inside, not the outside. Inside. He said, eat the lamb. If it be too much for your household, give it to your neighbor, right? If it be too little, you don't have, get it from your neighbor. They shared, right? But a lamb, that was the marking of the Passover. That's one of the things that he said, when he said, keep my commandments, keep my feasts, keep my festivals in remembrance of me. Now, we are supposed to do that. That has been taken away from us. There are some people who do keep those feasts, but then there's some stuff that they don't keep. And they think they're doing something, but they're not, because they're not keeping everything. But will boast and brag about them being able to keep this, that, and the other in the name of Jesus Christ, though, which is a Hindu god, which we ain't supposed to be mixing that stuff up. But take that up with Yahweh, not me. Right? Take it up with Yahweh, not me. Right? We got to have this whole thing. I'm like, I when I pray about this, I say, Yahweh, I need the truth. I need the truth. I need to know how you want this, how you have this, and in your name. I don't want to take just bits and parts and pieces of it to make myself feel good, because it's not about that. And to say, well, I'm doing this and they're not doing that. No, I don't want none of that. I want how you had it in your name set up so that we can do these things. Keeping his feast in his name, the way he said to do it, and in his timing. And we are all off of time. We're all off of time. We're out of time. We have to even know his calendar. His calendar ain't even the same calendar that we use. And when we talking about the new moon and all of that, we got to know his calendar to really know even when the new moon really is. Because the new moon is what marks the beginning of each month. But we got to be on time, in time. I mean, we all messed up. So none of us had nothing to brag or boast about. None of us at all. Right? We all been deceived and we all wrong. But in Yahweh's truth, we going to get this right. Right? So what they had to do that thing. They had to have the lamb. They had to eat the lamb. The lamb had to be in them. It had to be roasted and made a certain way and all of these kind of things. And it was like, keep that in remembrance of him and celebrating that Passover and all of that. When they came up out of Egypt, when they were brought out of that environment, Now they was doing some things. They had been there for like 430 years. So you're talking about generation after generation after generation after generation after generation. They couldn't even help what they were doing out there in the wilderness. All of the things that they saw Yahweh do to get them up out of that superpower that were killing their children. You got to read the book of YAHSHUA to even know what they were really doing. The detailed account. You have to read the book of YAHSHUA. I posted it. Listen to it. Detailed account of what they were really, really doing to their children. Okay, and them. Right? But they were really killing their children. When they came up out of there, all of that stuff that they seen Yahweh get them out of and from, next thing you know, they murmuring and complaining. Oh, it was better for us in Egypt. It was just complaining about 430 years worth of stuff. And you don't remember they was killing your children. You don't remember how you was just slavery and bondage and you was crying out to Yahweh. And Yahweh just went and got Moses in order to lead y'all up out of there. Like, you don't remember none of that. Now you're talking about it was better for you in Egypt because you had a house and a car and whatever it was that they had, and all of that idolatry and got different gods that they worship. They was worshiping the sun and the moon and the star. Again, read the book of Joshua so you understand how all of that came to be, right? And now you're talking about you want to go back? It's like, and then the stuff that they were doing. And then they start doing those things because, again, they was in that environment for so long, it was just second nature. It was a habit. It was habitual. It was generational. There's that word, right? It was generational. Okay? And so we talking about these days, all breaking the generational curses because this is that and the other. Be careful what you wish for, because when you really got to break it, you really got to break it. Some of these things are so familiar to us. Your mama did it, your daddy did it, your grandparents did it, your great grandparents did it, theirs did it, and theirs did it, and theirs did it, and back on until you think that this is a normal way of life, but it's a whole dysfunction. Even things that you think is okay. It's like, no, that's because everybody's doing it. The government says that it's okay. Did Yahweh say it's okay? That's what really matters, right? And so, behold, the days come, saith Yahweh. I'm reading out the Holy Name Bible. That I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah, not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them up out of the land of Egypt. Not according to that. Which my covenant they break. They broke it anyway. That's the reason why when Moses came down from out the mount, when Yahweh was giving him the vision of how the heavens and the earth and everything was created, and even the things and the events that happened before he was even born, and how Moses write the first 5 books of the Bible and his birth and everything, because Yahweh showed him. Because Yahweh showed him in a vision. And that's what he said in Numbers. He said, he said, if there be a prophet among you, I, Yahweh, will make myself known to him in a dream or in a vision. Yahweh said it. If there be a prophet, I'm going to come to him in a dream or in a vision. But then he said, according to Moses, he said, but as for my servant Moses, it is not so. I speak to him face to face, as man speaks to to a friend. He was Yahweh's friend. Yahweh was his friend. And why is that? Because when you understand who Joshua or YAHSHUA was, you'll understand why he spoke to him face to face. Because that was Yahweh in a body. walking throughout his own creation throughout time. Yahweh throughout eternity. Forget throughout time and eternity. You think Yahweh just up somewhere and just got us down here? Just no, he here. He here. Y'all looking for him to come. He here. Right? Which my covenant they break. Moses saw what the children of Israel did because Yahweh was like, get down. They defiling themselves, making gods throughout with their own jury. Like I gave them gold coming up out of Egypt. And that's another thing too. Don't think Yahweh just gonna have you come up out of something and you broke, busted, and disgusted. No, you coming out with great substance. When they came out of Egypt, out of that slavery and bondage and all of that, they came out with gold and silver and fine linen. Basically, they came out with gold and silver and clothes. Good clothes. All right. When he made a covenant with Abraham, he said, Abraham, he made Abraham rich. How rich? Very rich. How rich was that? With gold and cattle and silver. Yahweh's people ain't broke. And if they are, it's either out of disobedience or somebody taking their stuff. And it's time to get it back. I ain't talking about reparations. You know, the government they may not, I don't know. But read the book and you'll see how it will happen, because it will. Yahweh's people ain't coming out of nothing broke, busted, and disgusted. And don't let nobody preach that poverty to you, because poverty is that is not of Yahweh. It's not. Okay. He said there will always be the poor among you, and blessed are the poor, for they shall see the kingdom of heaven. Because poor you can improve upon. There's always been poor quality. Like when televisions first came about, if you were to operate the first television that came about today, if you just seen that in a museum somewhere, you'd be like, that's the first television. And now we got flat screens, and that thing is probably about, you see this right here, TV about this, about the, about this. I remember back when I was younger, in the 80s. I came about in the mid 70s, right? In the 80s, we had the big booty TV, the floor model TV, that big old hunk chunk box. And then you had an old TV sitting on top of it. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all know that was born in the 70s and the 80s and 60s and all of that, right? We didn't have TVs that was like this thin. We didn't have TVs that was like handheld devices, this thing. We didn't have that. It was big old, but that was poor quality. But back then we thought that was the shoot, we got the floor model TV. We bragging on our parents' stuff. It ain't even ours. But we think we doing it because we got a floor model TV. Now you see that thing today and it's like, what's this? Right? That was poor quality. And it's been improved upon over time. And now we got TVs it's so little and thin and small and streamlined and all of that. It was improved upon. So yes, blessed are the poor, because they can be improved upon. But poverty, no, that's something different. That's something different. Okay. So he took them out of the hand and to bring them out of Egypt. They broke the covenant. That's why Moses came down. He was 40 days, 40 nights in the mount. Yahweh showing him the creation, how he made it, how he did this, how he did that, because Yahweh will definitely speak to you like that. If you ask him, or he's leading you and guiding you, he will show you some things and some dreams and some visions. And if you gonna listen, and if he have you write it down and he have you speak it, that's what he gonna have you do. So that's how, if you want to know how, that's how Moses wrote the first 5 books, or Moses wrote the Torah. Right? So that dispels that ignorance right there. How he gonna write the books and he ain't even know? Because Yahweh showed it to him. Ask Yahweh to show you something. And you better hope that it's good. You better hope that it's good and that you're not left out of it, right? And so when he came down, he was furious and he threw the tables of stone down. The commandments that Yahweh had, no, first of all, Yahweh wrote it for him on there. And then when he broke it, okay, now he got to hew out some more tables of stones and he got it right. Okay. So he said, which my covenant they break. So Moses had to break those stones because the children of Israel broke it. Okay. So they broke it. He said, my covenant they break, although I was an husband unto them. What is a husband? If you look up that word husband, it means farmer. It's a provider. It's a farmer. It's one who sees a land, has the land, purchases the land, works the land, tills the land until it's good, rich soil. I had that dream too. November of 1999. Baby, my children, they be like, here she go with that dream again. Kind of like Joseph, right? I'll tell you about the dream in a minute. But he has that land, he has the soil of the land, and he tills it and he cultivates it and he gets it rich, right? And has the minerals and everything in that soil. And then he plants seeds so that, and he continues to nurture it and care for it and tend to it. And then it starts to bring forth the crops, being fruitful in order to multiply and replenish the earth, right? Okay, that's what a husband does. He said, although I was a husband unto them, he got them out of that bag, out of that situation where they was being slavery, they was being abused, basically. They were being abused spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically, socially, materially, and financially. All 8 levels. The number 8 is the number of life. We know it as an infinity number because but it's the number of life, regeneration. Okay, it's a wealth number. All 8 levels. We're gonna say that again: spiritually, psychologically, emotionally, mentally, physically, socially, materially, financially. We have to be regenerated or rebirthed and whole. Okay, life, all 8 levels. All right, and he healed them. He brought them up out of that. He brought them up out of that abuse on all 8 levels. And came out with great substance. Look, before they even came out of there, he like, I'ma feed y'all. You with a husband and you ain't eating, something wrong. You got a husband and you're not eating. You starving. You barely getting food. Baby, something is wrong. That ain't a husband. Okay? All right. We talking about Yahweh. Spiritual food. That's what man should not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceed out of the mouth of Yahweh. Honey, let me tell you, I'm going to just give you this quick testimony real quick. I remember one time, a long time ago. It was over 20 years ago. I was in class, the Bible class that I attended. And honey, I will never forget, and I'm going to say his name. I am going to say his name. Dr. Alfonso Macklin. May he rest in peace. He's passed on. We called him Rip. And I loved him so much. He was like I deemed him my grandfather. Okay. But he used to call me a lot. He called me all the time. I called him all the time. And he would just share so much wisdom. He was filled with so much knowledge and wisdom, right? And so this particular time, because in class we had different speakers. We had it that I mean, just the order of how the class ran. There was at least had to call at least 3 speakers on the floor to speak, right? So he spake, or he spoke. And when I tell you, by the time he finished with his discourse, when I say I left class, I was full. I mean, spiritually full, to the point of I was not hungry. You know how people leave church and they got to go eat? Why you hungry? Anyway, I mean, physically full. So I understand. I had my own experience of man shall not live by bread alone, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of the Father, out of the mouth of Yahweh. And the reason why YAHSHUA quoted that or said that to the adversary was because in Deuteronomy, that's what Yahweh said. Yahweh said that. Okay. So all he did was just say what Yahweh said out of in Deuteronomy. Chapter 8. That number, that number of life, right? Like, read Deuteronomy chapter 8. I mean, I'd rather you pick it up at least by the 6th chapter. You could even start at 5. You know, I am a proponent for read the whole thing. Don't just lift a couple of verses out of context and then philosophize it. Like, read it. Pick up the whole thing. Pick up the whole story. What was going on? Who, what, when, where, why, how. Right? That's what I teach my children. You don't know how to read unless you're able to understand and identify those components. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Right? When you're reading anything, always have that in mind. Who, what, when, where, why, how. Right? And so you got to pick it all up. And so even if you began at 6, I say begin at 5. But in Deuteronomy chapter 8, look, all the commandments which I command you this day shall you observe to do, that you may live and multiply and go in and possess the land which Yahweh sware unto your fathers. And you shall remember all the way which Yahweh your Elohim led you these 40 years in the wilderness, to humble you and to prove you and to know what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or no. First of all, that journey was only supposed to be a 40-day journey. 40 days is 1 month and 10 days. But because of their disobedience, Yahweh said, I'm giving you a day for a year for a day. Right? So that's why they spent 40 years wandering around and going through, as opposed to 40 days. Okay? For disobedience. But then he's saying, this is why I'm tested to prove this, right? And so I seen something pop up. The simple pass it on, but it is in the heart of a king to search out the matter. Exactly. So if you are kings and queens, and everybody, we hey king, hey queen, queen, king, king, queen, queen, king, king. If you such a queen and a king, search out the matter. Search it out. Okay. I don't call myself queen, but other people call me that. And there's a reason why. That spirit is on me, because I search out the matter. So it's in my spirit. So it exudes and people feel it. And that's the reason why people call me that. It ain't a self-proclaimed title. Right? A queen or a king is nothing more than a leader. But you got gang leaders as well. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You got people that's out here that leading people to the head, to the pits. Okay? So just know, a queen or a king is a leader. They have a lot of responsibility, because there are people who are under there, whether you queen of your household, king or queen of your household, king or queen of a, I don't know, a community, a couple of people, 10, 20, 50, 100, 1,000, whatever. However many more people is more responsibility, and you're accountable for it. I don't like to use the word responsible without accountable, right? There's responsibility, your ability to respond to the need, right? An accountability, or to account for what you have done in that process. Okay? So if you call yourself a king or queen, search out the matter. That's all we saying. Right? So we still on 8. And then we're getting back to Jeremiah. We haven't gotten off of this. Okay? Because you got to know what's in your heart. So we going here because he said, I brought you all throughout this way to prove what was in your heart. So for anybody, and including me, because I was definitely there, right? You know, I'm trying you and bringing you all through this way to see, even in school. I have a whole school, right? Rogers Wealth Methods. It started out as a Forex education platform because this is a skill set that Yahweh showed me. He showed me his purpose, pattern, and plan of salvation financially through that skill set. And I mean, I was like, oh my gosh, am I looking at the pattern on here? Am I looking at the operation of the temple and the tabernacle? And am I look? Is this what you're showing me on these charts? OM freaking G. I'm like, this is it. And then I learned it, right? Then I learned it. And then next thing you know, he started showing me some other stuff. And I'm like, yo, uh, this ain't it. I'm like, this skill set is it, but all of this other stuff ain't it. What you want me to do next? Because this, I know this, all this other stuff is not of you. I'm gonna need you to move me around, Father. Like, for real, what do you want me to do with this? Right? Teach it. That's what I need you to do. I need you to teach it because people need to know. They need to know because of some things that's happening. All right, fine. We built out the platform, right? Built out the platform. We're teaching people this skill set because you have to know the skill set. Are there other tools and things like that that you can use? Yes, you can. It's out there. You can purchase it. I've purchased some myself too, all of that stuff. But nothing takes precedence of your own knowledge and understanding and wisdom. So where if you don't have those things, you still know nobody can take that knowledge from you. Nobody can take that education from you, and you're not dependent upon anything or anybody else other than the skill set that Yahweh has showed you. You know what I'm saying? That you got the skill set, you got the education. Now let Yahweh lead you and guide you through that whole thing, and you will not miss. I'm not saying that you won't win or lose trades and things like that, but trust me when I say you'll win, you'll profit more than you lose. Okay. So did that. After that, it's like, well, what else do you want me to do? Is there anything he said, add your homeschool curriculum on that platform. I've been homeschooling for the past 12 years, have graduated 3 of my homeschoolers. I got 1 more left. And my curriculum was developed over time, led by Yahweh in order to do it. All of the things that he showed me and researched and structured and put that together so that it makes sense. The simplicity of his knowledge and wisdom and understanding on this platform that we've rolled out, right? That we rolled out. So you see the thing, scrolling, it's scrolling there. You can just go right there. CoachHadassah.com. You can connect with me across all social media. The platform that's on there, you'll see, it say learn Forex or something like that. You'll see that, click on it. Our We do have a special for our homeschooling families because this is to educate the family, not only just Forex education, but everything. Like, we have a full curriculum from preschool through 12th grade. But trust me when I say, when your 12th grader comes out, comes out with this knowledge and understanding along with financial literacy, entrepreneurship, business, taxes, um what baby, we got everything. We got everything. They will be equipped to go out there in the world, like for real, with the knowledge and wisdom that they need, because it's a lot. Anyway, and yes, and we do have Bible studies as well. Okay, we do have Bible studies as well. So and that was part of my whole being led and guided through the wilderness, you know, and all of this. Look, he said to know what's in your heart. Trust me, my heart was definitely tried. Baby, I honey, I'ma just say my heart was tried. Okay, whether you would keep his commandments or no. Thank goodness I kept them. Okay, he humbled you and suffered you to hunger and fed you with manna which you knew not, neither did your fathers know, that he might make you know that man does not live by bread only, but by every word that proceeds out of the mouth of Yahweh does man live. That Deuteronomy chapter 8, verse, that one, verse 3. Okay? But I had to read that. Now, there's a lot more to read there. And even when they talk about, as a matter of fact, we're gonna read this whole chapter because I don't want to leave nothing out. But that is the reason why Yahshua said what he said to the adversary that tried to tempt him in Matthew chapter 4. Man don't live by bread alone. Okay? I had my personal experience with that when I left Bible class that day. Baby, I was so full. I promise you. If I mean, I mean, in my body. You know how when you eat and you eat some food that's so good and tasty, and you just full, like you can feel it, like you just feel like you got like all the nutrients and stuff that your body was supposed to get. Like you just feel it in your body that you got that. That's how that's how I felt. And you sitting there with the itis, like, oh, yeah, you done unloosened your belt, got your hand down in your pants, sitting up there, got your feet propped up, like you about the itis. Baby, that is how I felt when I left. Now I had to go home and cook because I was at class. But I told my granddaughter that I was gonna call her back in 10 minutes. She calling me back. I got it. I'm sorry, I'm still doing class. I'm gonna call you, okay? I'm gonna call you. I promise I'm gonna call you. But I'm not gonna give you a time this time because last time I said 10 minutes and it's been way more than 10 minutes. Okay, but I'm gonna call you back. Your face looks pretty and nice and smooth. And what kind of mask was that? You don't know what kind of mask it was, you just had it on. Oh, your nails look nice. You got your nails done? Okay. Okay, Sydney. All right. Okay, I'm gonna call you back. Okay, bye. Okay. My granddaughter. She 13. So you gotta encourage. She doing the self-care. It's like you encourage that. She first time she called me, she had her little face mask on. And then I saw her nails. She had like the little white polish. I'm like, girl, you better take care of yourself. Yes. Right. So anyway, um, but yeah, my own personal experience with that was that when I left, I was full. I felt like I had literally sat down and ate a full meal, like some, mashed potatoes and with carrots and down pot roast or something. Like all of the think of your favorite meal that would be like comfort food or soul food for you. And you like, yeah, you know, that's what I had. Didn't eat not a now. I don't even know if I ate breakfast that day, to be honest, because I really don't eat in the morning. I don't start getting hungry till about noon, and then I eat at noon. Now I'll drink some water and stuff in the morning, but that's how my body just work like that. And which I'm gonna tell you about that fast and how to work with it properly. So that's how I felt. So I had the personal experiences of feeling I just really got the word of Yahweh. And I feel literally full. Not just full and excited in spirit, but like my body feels nourished. My whole entire body, right? That's what happened. And I remember Dr. Macklin was speaking that day. I remember that. Baby, he transferred some food in my spirit. I felt it. It happened. Okay? Um, and then it says, and your raiment or your clothing didn't get old. Your raiment waxed not old upon you, neither did your feet swell all these 40 years. I don't know about you, but I was a licensed cosmetologist for years, and my feet standing up and get the Charlie horses in my legs, and my feet start swelling up, and then I come home from work and I got to sit there and have a medical pillow and put the medical pillow up in order to recline my feet, in order to feet didn't swell up. So basically, they had those same clothes or whatever. They didn't get old. They didn't get too fat where they had to, or look, they didn't get too fat. They didn't get too skinny. Everything was just right, right? Whatever it was that their weight was, 40 years going through the wilderness, their feet did not swell up to where, oh, I can't fit these shoes no more. They didn't swell up in their bodies where it's like, oh, I can't fit this no more. Or they didn't get thin and say, oh, this too big, right? It says, you shall also consider in your heart that as a man chastens his son. Look up that word chasten to see what it means. Because I know it's a lot, these days you want to do the gentle parenting and, oh, don't do this and do. And I understand it when, you may have had a parent that traumatized you by abusing you. I understand people who, go that route because they have been abused, not chastised, right? They've been abused. And so discipline and chastisement to them is abuse because they had a parent that actually abused them. I've witnessed that before. It didn't happen to me. I'm just saying that I've witnessed that before where a parent was, okay, yeah, the child did something that they shouldn't have done, but their parent was just abusive and angry and frustrated to where that was an opportune time to take an extension cord or an iron or something like that and just beat the living daylights out of their child, where they had a black eye and whips that was bloody and all of that. Like, yeah, that's abuse. And if that was done to me as a child and I did not want to do that because that was harmful and traumatic, then yes, I would say that chastisement is abuse, or whooping your child is abuse. I would say that too. But that didn't happen to me, right? Like when I was chastised, and I did get a whooping, like I got a whooping with a switch, I got a whooping with a belt. Okay. And I'm going to tell you right now, I needed it. You know why? The reason why was because I did something that would have either landed me dead or landed somebody else dead or landed me in jail or landed some other people in jail. Really, right? That's why I would get a whooping. The way that my people did chastisement and punishment was, if I did something that wouldn't land me dead or in jail, but it was just I was disobedient and didn't do what they said do. Okay, you don't punish me. You can't go outside. These days, you can't punish children with not going outside. They barely go outside anyway. But okay, you can't go outside or you can't watch TV. All right, I'm on punishment. I'm on punishment. You ain't do your homework and you sit up here and lied and said you did your homework and you didn't. You on punishment. You can't go outside for the rest of the week. Dang. Can you come outside? I can't come outside. Why you can't come outside? Because I said I did my homework and I didn't do my homework. Right? But I did something like I stole something or some, like I said, things that would land me dead or in jail, I got a whooping. I got a whooping with a belt on my butt, not on my back. I mean, like if I got if I start moving and all that kind of stuff, then yeah, my arm might have caught the belt or my leg might have got hit. But they was aiming for my butt, in which in the scriptures it say the butt. They got that cushion, right, for a purpose. Okay, it's for sitting, it's for some other stuff, and and for whooping too. Okay, so I'm getting that clear. If a child or they experience abuse or seeing abuse, and it was supposed to be a whooping, but they getting whooped with extension cords and beat up and all of that, then yeah, I definitely understand why people would be against it. I would be against it too if that was my experience, right? I would say that no, you shouldn't do that, right? Like no, but done in that way, like I'm like, yeah, I'm glad they did. Because a lot of the times the reason why you got these kids out there that's acting and behaving the way that they acting and behaving is because they have no discipline. No one chastised them. No one told them no. No one said, oh, that's what you on. You finna go over here and do that. No one did that. So they have no discipline. They have no sense of order. They don't have it. And that's not good for them. And then you see them dead or in jail, right? They doing stuff they don't have no business doing. They're lawless. And and really, and because a lot of these people got caught up in this man-made psychology that's taught in colleges and universities. We're gonna get it in that one day. Um, so it says, so you should also consider in your heart that as a man chastens his son, so Yahweh Elohim chastens you. A good father, fathers are important. A good father chastens his son. He disciplines his son. Discipline does not mean whooping. Discipline means that you have structure and you have order and you have certain things that you do at said times and things like that. It means that you are obedient. There's nothing wrong with obedience, right? When you're obeying good things, is something wrong with obedience if you're being obedient to a devil? But people are, look, you're going to be obedient one way or another. Who are you obedient to? What are you obedient to? That's the question, right? It says, therefore, you shall keep the commandments of Yahweh, your Elohim, to walk in his ways and to fear and revere him. You shouldn't fear God. I hear parents saying that. And in the same breath, they have children. And if they children look like they finna buck up against them, I will put the fear of you do it, but Yahweh shouldn't. Where you get it from? I don't want my children to fear me as in, like they walking on eggshells. Like if they breathe, then that's abuse. My children don't fear me like that. They know they free to do, you know what I mean, and be who they are and stuff like that. But then there's a fear that they like, man, if I do that, my mama do not play. I ain't. Yeah, I'm a go. My mother and my father have passed on. Like any of my caregiver, my paternal grandfather, my paternal grandmother, my maternal grandfather. I didn't have a relationship with him like that though. But my mother and my father, they've all passed on. All passed on. Okay, they're not here no more. And I don't think they finna come up from the dead and do anything either. But there are things that they instilled in me that I just I ain't doing that. You know that. It was one thing. I digress, but everybody know my cousins and all of us. We but my grandma's house didn't nobody. Don't you go in that living room? That's their room. She got that room a certain way. Ain't nobody finna go in there, break nothing, do nothing. That room is for special occasions and said company. You don't go in there. If you went in there and she wasn't home, she would know that you was in there. I don't know how. She just knew. Okay, she knew that you was in there. My grandmama passed away. She passed away. Okay, we were there at the house for the repast and family get all of that. Do you know my grown self was standing at the outside of the living room door, looking in there, just looking. Grandma dead. I'm just standing there looking. Now I still fear. Don't you go in there, because Grandma said don't go in there. Right? I seen some little boy sitting in there. Well, I'm looking like, and that was so disrespectful. It's like, wait a minute, did you? Oh my gosh. Okay, I Scout and went past and disconnected the light. But yeah, that little boy was sitting in there. We all like, who is this boy in that grandma? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking. I'm talking about that kind of. Don't you that disrespectful? Because grandma said, grandma dead. And we still talking about. Don't you go in that living room? Right, those type of things. Right. We're gonna skip down a little bit because we're going to get to uh okay. And Yahweh Elohim brings you into a good land, a land of brooks and water and fountains and depths that spring out of valleys and hills, a land of wheat and barley and vine, fig trees and pomegranates, and land of it say oil olive, but olive oil and honey. You can do that in your fast, olive oil and olives. A land wherein you shall eat bread without scarceness. You shall not lack anything in it. A land whose stones are iron, and of hills who you may dig brass. And when you have eaten and are full, then you shall bless Yahweh your Elohim for the good land which he has given you. Beware, lest you forget not, lest you forget. Hold on, let me see. Beware. Okay, yes. Beware that you forget not Yahweh, your Elohim, and not keeping his commandments and his judgments and his statutes, which I command you this day. What did it say? It said, beware that you forget not Yahweh, your Elohim, and not keeping his commandments. It didn't say to keep his law. It said his commandments and his judgments. You don't judge me. Can't nobody judge me. You don't judge me. You judge and you judge and the judge. Judgment means I'm seeing something. I can clearly see that this is not of Yahweh. And so I have made a decision to not be involved. I have made a decision or a judgment that this ain't right. Now, I could either tell you this ain't right, or I could keep it to myself. This ain't right, and remove myself. Don't judge. Okay. Keep his judgments, though. How do you make that decision? Can you clearly see what you looking at? Is that clearly out of order? Do you know what order is? Do you understand order? If not, I can see how you can't judge because you don't even know order. But if you know order, you know his order, you know and understand righteousness, you know and understand just what's right because it hasn't been zapped out of you. Then you can make a judgment or a decision on that and know either I'm going to deal with this or I am not. Judgment. Boom. There it is. Right? But keep his judgments and his statutes, which I command you this day. Lest when you have eaten and are full and built goodly houses and therein, And when your herds and your flocks multiply, and your silver and your gold multiply, and all that you have is multiplied, then your heart be lifted up. That's that pride or that narcissism, right? And you forget Yahweh your Elohim, which brought you forth out of the land of Egypt from the house of bondage, who led you through that great and terrible wilderness, where there were fiery serpents and scorpions. I kind of talked about that in the beginning when I was talking about that Sky app or whatever, and you see these stories in the heavens, and you see that man that got the serpent, and his feet, he's standing on the scorpion. It said fiery serpents and scorpions, because the man, you as the person, you as the man, you will be able to handle scorpions and serpents. That's what that signifies in the heavens. That Sky app, you literally, it's a configuration or a constellation in the heavens. They call it Orcaphus or whatever, and it's right there with Orcaphus and that serpent. The man is standing there with the handling the serpent and stepping on the scorpion. And they want to say this the 13th sign, but that's actually one sign in one. We only know a portion of the, scorpion or the Scorpio, right? But there's a man with a serpent standing on top of that scorpion. Okay. And it says, where there are fiery serpents and scorpions and drought, where there was no water, who brought you forth out of the water of the forth water out of the rock of flint, who fed you in the wilderness with manna, which your fathers knew not, that he might humble you and that he might prove you to do you good at the latter end. So you have to suffer a bit so that you can get the good out of it. Like, you want to build your body, you working out. It hurt at first. Oh my gosh, it hurt. Your body, you like, oh. I remember one time I was working out. I had started working out and everything. I couldn't even sit on the toilet. I was like, oh, my legs. Can I just, can I stand over it? I know that might be TMI, but I'm just saying, when you ain't worked out like that in your muscles, and then you can't do simple things like step up a curb, step down the stairs, sit on the toilet. Like, your muscles are that out of whack. Okay. And it hurt, but you continue, so that as you continue, it gets better and better and better and better. And now you done built muscle, or you built power, right? The weights built the strength, the bones. Okay. And then you looking and you got this body and you like, you physique. That's the good at the end of it. Okay. So went through all of that to do you good at the latter end. But then you turn around and say in your heart, my power and the might of my hand has gotten me this wealth. He said, take heed that you don't do that. He said, but you shall remember Yahweh your Elohim, for it is he that gives you power to get wealth, that he may establish his covenant, which he sware unto your fathers, as it is this day. Do not get puffed up when Yahweh has done that and took you through and blessed you through and all of that. And then next thing you know, after you full and everything, you forget where you come from. So when people will say stuff like that, like, be humble, remain humble. But really, the reason why they saying it for different reasons. They ain't even thinking about none of this, because they ain't even read it. So they ain't talking about that. But Yahweh is saying, that, and trust me when I say, people who have really, really went through all of this, you do not have to remind us to stay humble. Baby, we ain't gonna never forget where we came from. You don't know all of what. Ask any entrepreneur who came out on the other side and successful and prosperity and all of that, right? Ask them. What any entrepreneur say, yeah, everybody, they like, look, don't quit your job. Don't quit your job. Cause this ain't this ain't this ain't that life. This ain't all glamorous and everything like people try to, sit up there and say, oh, quit your job and go, nope, 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 nope. That might be the MLM world. That is not true entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship, you gonna go through the valley of the shadow of death first. And his wrath and his wrath his rod and his staff will definitely have to comfort you. This is not for the weak. It is not. You gonna have some, man, it's some long days and nights. You gonna have to sift through and go through people and things and do. You gonna have some health problems. You gonna have to start seeing everybody. Look, you need prayer. You need a therapist. You need all of a whole bunch of things. Okay, getting through this, you do. I always tell people, hey, you don't quit your day job. Not yet. You don't want to quit your day job until and unless you probably are making 3 times as much as you make on your job. 3 times. Not just, oh, I make what I make on my job, now I'm quitting. No, you bet not. Oh, I make double. That number 3. If you make $2,000 a month, you better be making 6 consistently. And keep your lifestyle. Don't jump out there changing your lifestyle that quick. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Entrepreneurship is ups and downs. You have to. It's a whole lot you have to understand. You have to understand consumer psychology. You have to understand the psychology of consumers. Yeah, you got to understand it. It's a whole lot of, you got to get through crooks and scammers that's dressed in suits. Okay. It looked like they got this or that going on. It looked like they trying to maybe be helping. It looked like they people of God and then they not. It looked like a whole bunch of stuff and you find out there's a whole bunch, it's fool's gold and it's counterfeit. Until you get to the real deal and the real thing, just stay put. Ask Yahweh to lead you and guide you through, give you his wisdom and spirit of discernment, and know what it is that you have to even discern before you just, because I'm telling you, this ain't that life. Okay. The life of an entrepreneur is Deuteronomy chapter 8. Okay. And then when you do get there, and he said it, not me. I ain't write it. I wasn't there. Right? I was not there. This is not what I wrote. This is the book of Deuteronomy. Moses wrote it. And he wrote it because he was inspired by Yahweh to write it. He said, don't forget, lest you say in your heart, I did this. Me, my power and my might has gotten me this wealth. Right? He said, but you shall remember that Yahweh Elohim, for it is he that gave you power. He gave you the ability to get wealth. Okay? That he may establish his covenant that he made way before you even got here. He established that covenant with Abram and them. Oh, I done dropped my jug of water. Well, he established his covenant with Abraham back way back when. Right? And it shall be if you do at all forget Yahweh your Elohim and walk after idols, that's the first commandment. That's the first commandment. Exodus chapter 20. He taking it back. Right? He taking it back. So everything that he talking about gonna lead you back to what he said. And it's right there, right? And walk after other idols, because that's the first thing. Because somebody or something or whatever, but it's usually somebody gonna prop themselves up as an idol. And idolatry is adultery to Yahweh. Okay? Like he married to his people. It's a marriage. We know it's a whole bunch of folks out there, and hey, the polygamy and the this, that, and the other. I ain't knocking it. That's their lifestyle. That's what they do. I don't have nothing to do with it, because that ain't how I roll. That ain't what I do. I believe in one God, which is Yahweh Elohim, monotheistic, monogamous. That's what we do. That's what his people do. There's a telltale sign right there, because that's what his people do. And then you can have some people that say, I mean, well, Yahweh's people, they had married, because who was it? Was it Jacob? I think it was Jacob. One of them, Jacob or whatever. I mean, they was married to Rachel and Leah. But that was by deception. He wanted to marry Rachel. But Leah was Rachel's twin sister. See, people didn't know that. That was twins, okay? They were twin sisters. And he asked her father, Rachel's father, for her. He said, work for me 7 years, then you can have her. But she was the younger of the twins. But he didn't say that in the beginning. He didn't say in the beginning, hey, it's our custom to give the younger sister. I mean, it's not our custom to give the younger sister before the older sister. He deceived him, because he didn't tell him that up front. Now, if he'd have said up front, well, they sisters, that's the younger one, this the older one, and we can't give you our custom, how we roll. We don't give the younger sister before the older sister, so you're gonna have to marry the older sister. It probably would have been a different outcome. He probably been like, or if he said, okay, well, yeah, but most likely he wouldn't have, because that's not how Yahweh people did, right? But but because he knew who he was, and he knew that that's how they operated, he deceived him and said, okay, yeah, work for her. And then so he did work for 7 years, and he like, okay, I worked the 7 years, I'm ready for my bride or whatever. So they had to feast this and the other. They got him drunk. Because they had the celebration, but the marriage took place in the actual sexual copulation. That is how you marry. The celebration is the ceremony, but the actual consummation of the marriage happens through the sexual act. So folks done been married to everybody, right? But through the sexual act. And so they got him drunk. He got him drunk, and then sent Leah in there in the marriage bed. That's why they called it a marriage bed. Sent Leah in there. And then, hey, they completed the act. So when he woke up the next morning and he seen that it was Leah, because he could tell by their eyes were different. He like, wait, this ain't the one. He went out like, how you deceived me like that? He was like, well, I mean, shoot, it's our custom. We don't give the younger one before the older one. And so if you want the younger one, now you got to work with me another 7 years. So he did. So he worked for her he worked another 7 years. So he worked for him for 14 years before he could actually have the wife that he wanted. Okay? But because Yahweh is fair, he's just across the board, because he ain't really like her, but he liked Rachel. He loved Rachel. He ain't really just like, I ain't want her. But him being Yahweh's, serve his one of his, you're not gonna treat, just because you ain't want her, but you ain't gonna mistreat her. So That's why Rachel was barren for a while, and Leah had all them babies, right? Because Yahweh is showing him it don't. He deceived you. Yeah, that's messed up. I'm gonna deal with him. I'm gonna deal with him. But you gonna treat you not gonna mistreat either one of them. You're not gonna mistreat either one of them. Okay? Yeah, you got deceived or whatever, but you're gonna treat both of them like how you supposed to treat people. Right? That's how Yahweh do. And that's how Yahweh people operate. We ain't gonna look, if I can't treat you good, I just gotta get away from you. I'm not gonna treat you bad. I ain't gonna do that. But I but we gotta I'ma just go on about my business. But what I'm not gonna do is mistreat. I cannot, but I will definitely remove my presence. I will leave you alone. Period. Okay? Because that's what Yahweh do. Oh, you don't want me? No problem. You don't want Yahweh removing his presence, because when you do, you don't have nothing left but all of the Jekylls and stuff. Right? That's what you have. And so idol, they had all of that. Right? It's a marriage. It is a marriage. Yahweh is the husband. We're of his people, the bride. Like, ain't no idol worshiping going on. Okay? Walk after other idols and serve them and worship them. He said, I testify against you this day. You shall surely perish. You see them people get propped up and then they fall. Propped up, fall down, propped up, hard fall. Deuteronomy chapter 8, he said it. That's how, and that's why. He said, as the nations which Yahweh destroy before your face, you shall perish, because you would not be obedient until the voice of Yahweh your Elohim. And then you could go into Deuteronomy chapter 28 and read the blessings and the curses. We're not finna get into that. So Jeremiah 31:31 is showing that, look, because even after all of that, they couldn't keep it. They couldn't keep it. They couldn't keep it. That's the reason why they kept going into another bondage and slavery, another bondage, another bondage, another bondage. Keep getting, 1 minute they doing good. Next thing you know, they around these people. They see it, they worshiping these idols and all of that. And they getting blessed, so-called blessed by these idols and stuff. And they like, oh, we want what they got. We want their idols because they, this is that and the other. And the prophets would be telling them, no, don't do that. That's not what we do. That's not we. No, we won't. And then Yahweh would tell that prophet, they are not rejecting you. They are rejecting me. It's okay. But I do want you to let them know that this is what's going to happen. And he would give them detail by detail, blow by blow. You will be working for them. You will be their servants and their bakers and their barbers and their singers and their, look, he listed every single so-called profession or job that we have now. You're gonna serve them. You are going to be their singers. You're going to be their bakers. You're going to be their confectionists. You're going to be their this and their that. You are going to be for them. And then you're going to serve with rigorous, hard labor. And you're going to have to complete that. And you basically, like how my grandma put me on punishment, and you on punishment, you can't go outside for the week or 2 weeks or whatever. And then here come a week. Grandma, can I go outside? I said 2 weeks. You got another 7 days. Why? But I was good. I've been good for 7 days. I said 2 weeks, 14 days. You have to complete this punishment. I am not going back on my word. Period. Now go on in there and find you something to do. Go read them encyclopedias. I was reading encyclopedias, y'all. Go on in there and read a book. Really? Now I see how that helped me later on down the line. Because I'm a research and study, but I was on punishment because I did something I wasn't supposed to be doing, and my punishment was read them encyclopedias that I done paid this good money for. Somebody gonna read these Encyclopedia Britannicas up in here. You gonna do it? Dang. Okay. Sheesh. Right? I said 14 days. Well, theirs was, you got to read the book of Jubilees, and you'll understand why they call it Jubilee. It was 50 years. They'd be under, next thing you know, they wasn't released until 50 years. Right? And so, and that's why a lot of people, come into wealth and in their entrepreneur journey and all of that, and they really come into their wealth until maybe like after age of 50. There's a principle in that. So not according to the covenant that you made with your fathers to bring them out of the land of Egypt, which my covenant they broke, although I was a husband unto them. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of Israel. This shall be the covenant that I make with the house of Israel. That ain't everybody. The house of Israel. The house of Israel. Okay. And you got to also know who the house of Israel is, because we've been lied to and deceived about that too. All right. He said, after those days. What days? After those days, said Yahweh, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their Elohim, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, know you Yahweh, for they shall know me. They shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, saith Yahweh. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more. But that's not until after those days, and those days happen, because those days, after what days? After YAHSHUA done come on the scene, and he did, and he kept the commandments. He kept the commandments. The reason why they had to do certain things according to the law was because they would sin. They didn't keep the commandments. So if they didn't keep the commandments, they sinned, and death had to happen. And so they had to sacrifice animals. But you had to understand that their wealth was the animals that they had, because they were farmers. And they made money with these animals. Like, you're a farmer, you got stuff, you producing whatever, meat, milk, whatever, right? And you got sheep, so you can make coats and clothes and all of this stuff. Okay. And so now you sin to sin. Well, some got to die. Is it going to be you? You going to sacrifice an animal? Okay, so if you sin this sin, you have to give this. If you sin this sin, and so everything wasn't out of sin. Then there were offerings, something that you just offered willingly. Okay? You got offerings. You can offer gold, you can offer silver, it was different. You can offer barley wheat, you can offer. But then there was sin, and then something, an animal had to die, but it was an animal that you had, that this was part of your wealth. And so now just think about it. If I got a whole, let's say it's a cow, I got a cow. Okay. No, we're not gonna say a cow. Let's say a sheep, because there's you got sheep milk, goats milk, whatever. Cow, sheep, goat, whatever. And in that production, I can get milk from it and milk it or whatever, put it in jars and everything, and sell it in the marketplace. I just made money for my house and everything, right? I just made money, and then I got money, so that means that I could lend to the poor as well. All right. Okay, because we need to help the poor to not be poor anymore. It's not just given to the poor so that they can stay poor. It's giving to the poor so that they can improve upon their condition and not be poor anymore. And then they can remember, I remember when I was poor. And so therefore now I'm doing this, and now I'm going to take this and I'm going to help to improve upon the conditions of other poor people so that they can come up out of their poor condition. That is how it's supposed to be, not perpetually poor or in poverty, right? And that comes with, you have to give them what they need to sustain them, right? They need food, they need clothing, okay? But you have to give them some knowledge and teaching and education so that now when they're getting the things that they're getting, now let me show you how, let me teach you about finances and financial literacy. And first of all, you got to know who you are and whose you are, and that you're not even supposed to be in this condition, right? And so now this is the way you set up things financially to be able to do this and have this grow. And then they take this and do this and take this to, make sure you can have your basic needs met. Or like we, teach on our education platform, the Maslow hierarchy of needs. Okay. To where we come to self-actualization, your identity and who you really truly are. Okay. But at that bottom is your basic safety needs. Right? Like that got to be taken care of first. Like when YAHSHUA went and he was teaching the people, he like, it's 4,000 people here. It's 5,000 people here. One instance it was 4,000, another instance it was 5,000. Hey, he gave them some money. He gave the disciples some money. Take the money out the treasury, go to the marketplace, buy some food, and we're going to, to where everybody has enough according to their need. Because everybody got different appetites. Some people eat a lot more, some people don't. So that's why they were able to distribute the two, the loaves of bread and the fish. Everybody was full according to their appetite. Right? And then he taught them. You can't, any good teacher would let you know, try to teach some children. My mother was a great educator. Try to teach some children that did not eat food that was proper nutrients for their bodies. We're not talking about the candy store across the street from the school, and so the kids didn't eat breakfast or whatever, before they left, and now they going into school on a diet of flaming hots and jug juice. That ain't nutrition. That's the reason why they acting a fool in the schools. Jug juice and flaming hots. No wonder why they acting crazy. They don't have what Yahweh deemed to nourish us. And so they're not getting his word at all whatsoever. It's not there. Even regular religion. You know what I'm saying? Even Catholic, like the state religion is Catholic, is how do you pronounce it? Catholicism. Catholicism. That's the state religion. Okay. So if they ain't going to a Catholic school, it's like they ain't even getting that. They're not even getting that. So you're in regular public school. Well, we don't want God in the school. We don't want religion in the school. If anybody even so much as prayed in there, like you can't. So they not getting no word and no good food. Probably don't have the food at home. Or if they do, it don't have the nutrients in it that the body needs, that Yahweh know what he put on the planet, on the earth for the nutrition. It's in Genesis. It's in Genesis and Ezekiel and Revelations. It's in there. And the entire book of Leviticus is a whole diet that closely aligns to what they call the Mediterranean diet, or clean eating, right? Clean eating or Mediterranean diet is very close to the Leviticus diet that Yahweh gave the people. We ain't talking about mankind. That I want, if Yahweh made me, I want to know what he said I should eat. Yeah, trust me, I done ate a bunch of stuff too. I love me a good lobster with that butter dip and all of that. But I know for now what the purpose he created the lobster and the shrimps and stuff for. He created it good for its purpose, which is to basically clean up the ocean floor, clean up the ocean, to eat the toxins. They were created to eat toxins. So if I eat a bunch of food that he deemed unclean, and the reason why it's unclean is because he created it perfect for its purpose to eat toxins, why am I going to eat the animal that he said he created to eat toxins? That's like I'm going to go in the garbage can and go eat the whatever was thrown in the garbage. That's all. I'm not saying it's the sin is evil. It's just Yahweh created everything perfect for its purpose. When I learned that, then I was like, okay, well, that makes sense. All right, well, eh, eh. Like, ooh, I'm gonna miss my shrimp, but I know what it's made for now. So, like, right? Not that it's I'm a devil if I eat it, but Yahweh created it to eat toxins. So why I'm gonna eat? Why I'm gonna eat toxins? Why am I gonna drink a cup of bleach? That's just it, right? And so let's see. He put now these things that they could not follow because it wasn't in their hearts to follow. It was just on letter. It was just on paper. It was just on paper. All right. And they couldn't follow it. So that's the reason why, okay, so they can't follow it. So now here it is. Okay, you seeing this sin, some gotta die to cover this sin. All right, so now you gotta sacrifice this. Hello. Hey, what's up? Uh and I gotta get sister ready and then I'll be heading there. No, I need you to send me the address. Text it to me. Can you text that to me? Hey. No, I'm still at the house. I gotta get sister ready. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. Okay. All right. I'll see you in a few. I don't have that. I just told Ryan to text it to me. Okay. All right. Okay. Bye-bye. It is a family day. My granddaughter calling me. It's the family reunion. It's the family, right? And we're doing family things right now. Okay. So where are we? So the sin. Just to understand it. Understand that they were wealthy. They had these animals, things like that. They had offerings that you will offer up just out of offering, right? But then there was sins. You sin to sin. And so now think about you got this cow that you making money with because you able to produce milk and whatever. And so now because you sin to sin, it's like I'm gonna need that cow about you. The whole cow. Yep. Now you continuing, that's just taken away from your wealth because I mean, think about that in terms of I don't know if you have any farm animals or not, but say you just got a job. You got a job, you making money at your job or whatever, and you ran a light. Just I don't know, mistake, accident, whatever. Now you got this ticket in the mail. You got to pay $100. Okay, so say if you got your budget and all of that, and you done budgeted out everything. Now here come this extra $100 that you got to pay. That's throwing your budget off. Like, ah, but then say you just continue to do this because now, well, shoot, I done made, I make so much money or whatever. I'm gonna start allotting for lawlessness. Because if it's just $100 ticket, and so therefore I'm gonna just put, I don't know, miscellaneous fund for when I decide I feel like doing it. I mean, even good drug dealers do that. They know what they're getting into. They know that the life that this is. They know that at some point in time they may go down to jail. Do you know that they already got set up for that? They got money and stuff for that. They got people to get them out. Go in there. The money is in there. Such and such that's gonna come down. I got the lawyer. An intelligent one, a smart one, an intelligent one. I know what I'm getting into. I got lawyers that I could pay on my payroll. I got people on the inside, like all of that. They got the money, all of that. They done allotted for it. And that's pretty much what was happening. Right? Even Yahweh at some point, one of these prophets, he was like, he said, I hate y'all new moon festivals and all of that kind of stuff. It's not that he hated the new moon or that was evil, because that was his calendar that he gave them. What he did not like about it was what they were doing. He said, I hate the blood of goats and this, that, and the other. He's like, I just want you to be obedient. Obedience is better than sacrifice. We say that, it sounds good. Lifted out of context, obedience is better than sacrifice. Obedience is better than sacrifice. But what Yahweh meant by it was that they was just wicked, evil, doing things, being idolatrous, which is adultery to him, and all of these things. And they had so much wealth or whatever that they just set aside, just like the drug dealer just set aside for when he gonna go down. I already got the money. No problem. I'm gonna be out of here in a week. I'm gonna be out of here. I can go in there and do the time, and they go in there, do the time, plead the plea, whatever. They know the law. In order for them, they start working the law because they know it. This is what they were doing. They knew the law and started manipulating it. Didn't say they manipulated commandments. They manipulated the law. They knew how to work with it, work through it, and all of that, but not change their hearts. And that's why Yahweh said, I will write it in their inward parts. I will put it inside of them. It will be in their hearts. And I will be their Elohim, and they will be my people. And they shall teach no more his neighbor, every man or his brother, saying, know Yahweh. He said, for all will know me, or shall know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them. For I will forgive their iniquity. After his spirit is in them, right? And I will remember their sin no more, because it's no longer in you. Check out, I'm not going to read it because I got to get up off here. Check out is it Second Chronicles? I think it's Second Chronicles chapter 7, because there is a way, when you're talking about forgiveness and repentance and all of that, there is a way that that is. Yahweh, I said I wasn't gonna read it. Do I gotta read it? Okay. We're gonna read it. And I'm going. Second Chronicles chapter 7, starting at 12, from 12 to 18. He was talking to Solomon, King Solomon. It said, and Yahweh appeared unto Solomon by night. He in a dream now. Because what? The evening and the morning is the first day. So the first part of the day is the evening. The first part of the day ain't when the sun comes. The first part of the day is the setting of the sun, the evening. That's the first part of the day. Okay? So that's a lot of people are being programmed, watching telling programs in the evening after they get off work. You programmed by something else. The first part of the day you give to Yahweh is in the evening. Okay? And then he come to you at night in your dream. All right? So appeared unto Solomon by night and said unto him, I have heard your prayer and have chosen this place to myself for a house of sacrifice. If I shut up heaven that there be no rain, or if I command the locusts to devour the land, or if I send pestilence among my people. It's like, now, if you see all of that, there ain't no rain, you got pestilence, devouring the locusts, all of that kind of stuff. That's the time to start praying. Okay? I mean, I don't know about you, but I done seen some locusts, some bugs, and I'm knowing like this is, yeah. It's like I pray anyway, but this is a different type of prayer I got to pray now. Okay? He said, if my people, which are called by my name, so you got to be called by his name. What is his name? His name is Yahweh, Yahweh Elohim, through YAHSHUA the Messiah. YAHSHUA means Yah is salvation. Okay? Humble themselves and pray and seek my face. What's your face but your identity? Seek him. Seek his identity. This is a prescribed way. It's right here. 2 Chronicles chapter 7, starting at verse 12. If my people which are called by my name, his name is Yahweh Elohim, shall humble themselves, bring yourself under his submission, and pray, speak to him, start talking to him, communicate with him, and seek my face, seek his identity, seek his attributes, wisdom, intelligence, knowledge, love, beauty, justice, foundation, power, and strength. Seek his face and his character, and turn from their wicked ways. Turn from them, about face. That is repentance. Repentance means to change. I was on the path of wickedness. This ain't it, because I'm seeing that the locusts and the pestilence and there ain't no rain and all of that kind of stuff. Something ain't right. Let me get off this path. Let me turn around and go in the right direction. Right? Turn from their wicked ways. That's the turning. He said, then will I hear from heaven and forgive their sin and will heal their land. Now my eyes shall be open and my ears attend unto the prayer that is made in this place. He not hearing none of the prayers until that is done in that order. None. It got to be done in that order. I didn't write it. This was here when I got here. For now, I have I chosen and sanctified or cleansed this house, that my name may be there forever, and my eyes and my heart shall be there perpetually. Your artists even know about the perpetual. They be talking about that in the contracts and stuff, right? And they like, wait, perpetual, like what? So I mean, like forever? Perpetually. And as for you, now he was talking to Solomon. If you will walk before me as David your father walked, and do according to all that I have commanded you, and shall observe my statutes and my judgments, then will I establish the throne of thy kingdom, according as I have covenanted with David thy father, saying, there shall not fail thee a man to be ruler in Israel. I'm stopping right here, Father. I gotta go. I gotta call my granddaughter back. I gotta go to the family reunion, right? Like all of these things. But yes. So I done gave, well, Yahweh has given me to give you all enough meat. And the way that he do things, like, I mean, you can't really put no time on them. But for the sake of attention, I mean, you know what I'm saying? For the sake, and when I say attention, not attention on me, but your ability to pay attention, to soak in the things that have been presented. For those of you who may be watching, watching on replay and things like that, um, just make sure you have the things that I mentioned in the beginning. Or if you came in like in the middle, go back and watch the, at the beginning, because there were some tools and things that I gave. They are in the comment section below on whatever platform that you are on, because we're streaming on Facebook twice, on Facebook, on my page and on my profile. And we're also streaming on YouTube. If you look in the comments, you will see those tools there. Always come here with your handy dandy notebook. I mean, this is mine, if you can see it, right? Always come with your handy dandy notebook and a pen. It's good to have your Bible, whichever Bible you have, but I also gave information for, the Holy Name Bible and the Restoration Study Bible that has the true names of, Yahweh, our Elohim, and Yahshua the Messiah, whom the world knows as Jesus Christ. Because that's what we were all taught, right? I'm not, this is not here for, oh, that I'm not bashing nobody over the head, because we were all deceived, every last one of us. Okay, every last one of us. But this is to come to the knowledge of the truth, because Yahweh said that those that worship him must worship him in spirit and in truth. So we have to know what the truth is, because we have all been miseducated. We all have. And from the beginning all the way up through college and universities, we have all been deceived and miseducated. And now it's high time for us to know and understand the truth of things. And so that we could be, our souls, our minds, our psyches can be saved from destruction for the purpose of Yahweh's use. Okay, his good use. Everybody trying to find out, what's my purpose? What's my purpose? What's my purpose? What's my purpose? To be saved from destruction, deception, miseducation, misinformation, and saved for good use for Yahweh's purpose. And whatever his purpose is, he will give you that. But that's in your communication with him. And not for me to give you or anybody else. For your communicating with him, he will give you what that purpose is. Your purpose may be to create something or build something, and then you have to have people that's working with you to do it. Or your purpose may be to join the one that he gave to build some things, and you help them build it. Because just like they built when they came up out of Egypt, and they had to build the tabernacle that they would walk with them, or go with them through that journey of the wilderness. Moses didn't build that by himself. He was given instructions on how to build it. And then it said that Yahweh gave the people wisdom in certain things to help build it, right? And so your purpose may be to, join with someone to help build what Yahweh gave them to build, right? That's it. Okay. Because whatever it is, whatever skill set that you have, and Yahweh give you the wisdom in that thing, you are good at it. You're great at it. I mean, awesome at it. And he needs you with that you already have. Okay. That you probably using that skill set on something else. You know what that is, and you like, hey, I got this skill set, but I use this for a better purpose and being certain. All right. So just to know and understand what that means when we're talking about finding our purpose and all of that type of stuff. I believe everybody is doing something already that Yahweh put you there in order to know and learn some things. And then next thing you know, he brings you out of that, and you don't just throw the skill set away. I mean, just like, I still have the skill set of, you know, um, as a licensed cosmetologist. I still know how to do what it is that I know how to do. But then also, when I was a licensed cosmetologist, I was ministering to people. I didn't even realize it. But he had me over their most sacred space, which is their head, which is the holy place, and their hair, right? Being their glory and antenna. This is a spiritual thing, right? That's why you don't have everybody over your head. Just saying, you don't have everybody over your head. I know I ain't have everybody over my head. As soon as I might have went to somewhere new or whatever the case may be, and as soon as I was like, ooh, this was that baby. I'm gonna go home and wash shampoo my hair. Right. All right. So I'm getting off here. And we will be back again tomorrow. I mean, not tomorrow, Saturday. So Saturday in the mornings, 9 Eastern, 8 Central. I scheduled it out. That's what he told me to do. He said, now I want you to do this. Get up Saturday mornings, get on this. And like I said in the beginning, 60 minutes, 90 minutes, or 120. And I think we've been more than 120, but I was trying to shut it off. And Yahweh was like, no, go here, this, that, the other. I'm like, I gotta go. The grandchildren done called me and everything. So you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Be blessed. And what's today? Yesterday was for the first. Today is the second. All right. I was going to say happy first or whatever, but definitely happy Sabbath. Today is Saturday, Sabbath day, rest day. And it's all about resting from your work, right? And take this day and this time to, spend time with just communicating, praying, praying, and giving Yahweh your time. Give him your time. I mean, the beginning of it, right? And especially on the Sabbath day, that's the day where is that? Is that in Jubilee too? I think it's Jubilee. I want to say that that's Jubilee. When it's either Jubilee or the Book of Wisdoms, but it might be the Book of Jubilee, where it talks about um why, right? Why the Sabbath, how Yahweh has it in the Book of Jubilee. Then you'll be like, oh, okay. Oh, now that makes sense. All right. So and it's this one last thing. Because I said something about fasting. Okay. Um, it is good. It's good to fast. It really is. It's good to fast. It's good to fast. I mean, if you could do it once a month. Um, I'm gonna get into that a little bit more too. And it's so funny how I see. I ain't gonna even talk about it. I don't even get into it. But fasting. So you have to understand that number one, how Yahweh has the days and times and seasons. He said in the scriptures that the evening and the morning were the first day. He always mentioned the evening first. The evening and the morning were the first day. Even in the Forex market, the evening is the first part. Like the new day stuff. When the market closes at 4 Eastern, 3 Central, 1 Pacific. Okay, it closes. And then it opens back up at 6 Eastern, 5 Central, 3 Pacific. And when the market opens back up again, that's the same day. When the market opens up again, when you look and see the date, it's the next date. So say for instance, let's just say Thursday. Let's say Thursday. Thursday was August 31st. Okay. When the market closed at 4 Eastern on August 31st, and when it opened back up from where I am, where we are here, when it opened back up, it's still August 31st. Okay. But it's the evening. When you look at the date, it say September 1st. but it's still August 31st. But it was September 1st because the evening is the first part of the day. Even the markets have to be obedient to Yahweh's timing. All right. So the evening is the first part of the day. And the evening in the Forex market is consolidation. You'll learn about that on our platform. Rogers Wealth Methods. Go to coachadasa.com. You'll see Learn Forex. You can click on that. It'll take you right to the website. We have Forex education and homeschooling, right? From preschool to 12th grade. Okay. So, and they learn all about that too. All right. Our families learn this skill set, and we learn all about that. And you'll learn it on our platform, how Yahweh has set it up, and you'll see why it's so important to learn that skill set spiritually. So, and that's why I saw it, and that's why I started learning it, because I'm like, this Yahweh, this boy. Anyway, so the evening is the first part of the day. And even in the markets, it's kind of slow, like consolidation or, whatever. I like all of that. So in that evening part being the first part of the day, when you're fasting, now, if you see the slowdown or you see the consolidation, the first part of the day slowing, okay, our bodies operate in that same manner. This is the part where the body starts to go down and rest, right? Our digestive system, it doesn't shut down, it just slows to rest. Now, if you are eating after evening or after let's say sunset or sundown, and you eating a heavy meal, now you can understand why they say sickness begins in the colon, disease begins in the colon, dis-ease or not at ease begins in the colon, because we're eating heavy meals at a time where our digestive system is slowing down. This is a time of restoration. We have 3 cycles to our body. We have elimination, assimilation, and restoration. Restoration or rest happens in the evening, which is the first part of the day. Our body is going to operate in that way because Yahweh made our bodies to operate in that way, and it's not going to operate any other way other than that. So if we are sabotaging ourselves and working against the natural order of how Yahweh sets our bodies to work or operate, then yes, we're going to have dis-ease, debilitating conditions, all of these things. We start working with our body and put what Yahweh said to put in it, which is number 1, his word and truth. And then 2, the foods that he said that's for the nourishing of our bodies. And then when you do it, you find that you don't even need a lot of it. You don't even need a lot of it. Because we eat to live. We don't live to eat. So after sundown, if you were so-called hungry, you don't want to you want to drink water. Like if you're going to have anything, drink water. Because a lot of times that so-called hunger response is really just your body saying, I'm dehydrated, I need water. So you drink water. That's it. Drink water. Okay? Don't eat after sundown or maybe 6, but sundown. Don't drink, don't eat. So when you fast, now they call it like intermittent fasting, right? If you're going to do that, Do it according to how the body operates, or you're working against it. Or you're working against it. Okay. So you fast at sundown. If you're hungry, you're not hungry, your body want water. Drink it. You're about to go to bed in about 3 hours anyway. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Let Yahweh clear your mind. You may even be visited by him. Okay? You might have dumps first. You may have a lot of psychic dumps first. Okay, got to clear out all that garbage. And you get dreams that you like, I don't know, it was a monkey and the monkey was flying and tap dancing on my bed. And then it went and then got a green bean and the green bean was shucking and jiving. Like, what does that mean? It means that it was just some garbage there and it's trying to just get out. Makes no sense, right? All dreams are not dreams, not prophetic. It's psychic dumps. Some are psychic dumps. Okay, so drink water, don't eat, then go to bed. All right, go to bed. You wake up. There's prayer. There's prayers and watches that that the Israelites did according to. You got your first watch, your second watch, your third watch, your fourth watch. We'll talk about that at another time. But prayer and fasting. Pray at night while you fasting. You could be praying the whole time. All you're doing is having a conversation with Yahweh. You praying. If you don't know what to pray, go in the Bible, see who was praying, and see what prayers that they prayed, and read that. Pray that. If you don't know what to say the same thing that they were saying. Daniel prayed. As a matter of fact, YAHSHUA prayed. His prayer is in John chapter 17, 17th chapter. You don't know what to pray? Read that. Pray that. And continue to pray it until you learn how to pray. Right? But they're different ones in there. They was praying about, they was giving Thanksgiving. Sometimes they was praying because the people was just acting foul or whatever. They was asking for deliverance, like all kinds of things. All types of prayers are in there. You don't know how to pray one of them. Go to bed. Get some dreams or do some psychic dumps or whatever. Or maybe you won't. Maybe you just need to be all the way shut down because your body needs to restore. First part of the day, restoration. Now, when you wake up, sunrise. This is the second part of the day. Okay? From 6 to about 9. Elimination phase. That's why you have to get up and go to the bathroom. You get up and first thing you do, go to the bathroom. Your body is eliminating. It's eliminating all of the things or whatever that your body needs to get rid of. That's why it's good to restoration. And you hungry, drink water. You wake up, now you're going to the bathroom. You're eliminating. During the elimination phase in the morning, from about, like I said, about 6 to 9 or so, do not eat meals. Don't eat solid food. Drink your nutrients. Drink them. Water, smoothies, something like that. If you do have to eat something, eat fruit. Watermelon, melons, cantaloupe, honeydew melon, mangoes. Eat fruit. Because you do have to have some nutrients. You basically you have to have fruit. Just like if you leaving and you going to work and you got to get in your car, try to get to work and you don't have no gas in your car. Watch where you be on the side of the road. You got to get up and be moving and doing stuff. Why you fasting or not eating during the day when your body is active and you got to do stuff? Make it make sense, right? This ain't me. I'm going according to how Yahweh set up the body, right? Elimination. And if you do have to fuel your body, drink it. Drink your nutrients. Drink water. Drink tea. You still drink your water, drink tea, detox tea, green tea. I mean, drink tea, drink it, drink your nutrients, drink the green smoothie drinks, some juice. We got a grocery store called Pizza up here. They have all kinds of, they got some good juices, Jack. They got one just like a blood juice. I call it, it's real good for the blood, right? And life is in the blood. So you could drink these things and have the nutrients that you need for your body, and you will be energized. All right, energized. Now, lunchtime. This is the assimilation phase. The assimilation phase starts at about 12 or high noon. High noon, when the sun is right noon, smack dab in the middle of the sky, right? Or the middle of the heavens. Okay. Assimilation. This is where your body assimilates or absorbs the nutrients that you put in your body. So that's from about 12 to 3 or 4 o'clock or so. Now remember, you think about what I said about the Forex market. It closed at about 4 Eastern, 3 Central. Okay. From 12 to 4. Okay. Noon to 4 or 3. Assimilation phase. Now, if you're gonna eat food, you eat solid food. This is the time that you eat that bigger meal. So the food that we eating at dinner time, and we want to put that plate. That's the meal that you eat between high noon and 4 o'clock. High noon and 3, high noon and 4 o'clock. That's the time you eat that meal. But if you're fasting, this is the time that you would eat a salad, no dairy, no dairy, no dairy, no dairy. Okay, no dairy, not doing that. If you're fasting, we call this a liquid fast, right? You're not eating meat. Okay, you're not eating meat. You're eating fruits and vegetables. Fruits and vegetables. That's it. Fruits and vegetables. You eat a salad, and that salad is just like lettuce. You can have some olives in it, olive oil and vinegar, or pay attention to the like if you buy one or whatever, pay attention to the ingredients that's in there, because it's gonna have a whole bunch of stuff. But look, olive oil, olive, spell that live, 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 live oil, olive oil, olives. You guys put some olives in that, and put olives in your lettuce. You can put some tomatoes in there if you eat tomatoes. Do some oil and vinegar. Shake it up. Okay. Is there anything wrong? There's a seasoning that I have. It's called garlic and something. Because you got to know what the spices are. It say in the scriptures, that's the medicine. It said the leaves and the herbs, that's medicine. Okay. We're not talking about Lowry seasoning. We're talking about like garlic, right? Oregano. Those are herbs and spices. That's medicine. So if you want to put like a garlic such and such, and make sure that it might have some salt in it, but you want a specific kind of salt that's in it. You know, if you want to put that in there, that olive oil and vinegar mixture, put it in there, shake it up. That's your dressing on a salad. That is just lettuce. Stay away from the iceberg. Okay, lettuce. If you want to put some spinach in there, fine, fine, fine. It's not cooked. Okay. Um, Olives, tomatoes. If you want to put an onion in there, fine, onion. But as long as it's just that, we're not cooking it, and put the little thing on it and eat it. Okay. Fruit, eat it. You can still drink water. You can still eat, but that's during that time. Um, Vegetable broth. We talk about soup, vegetable broth. Okay. So if you still want to like taste or eat something or whatever, you will drink vegetable broth. Okay. So what you're drinking as far as fluids is water, vegetable broth, pretty much water and vegetable broth. And then fruits and um, salad with what I just said. And you can eat that during the day. Sunrise, right? Sunrise. Okay. After sundown, you're not eating. So you're basically, you see how you can cleanse yourself out, but still be energized during the day. And just watch how naturally you are energized. You don't even feel like you fasting. Okay. It don't even feel like a fast. You like, I was fasting. How many days did I do this? Because you're doing it according to how Yahweh set up the body and his timing. And you can easily do that and breeze through it. Trust me, I did. I eased myself into it some years ago. I started out 3 days, then I did it again for 5 days, then I did it again for 7 days, and working with it that way. And he just gave me to do it that way. And I'm like, okay, I'm that person. I gotta search it out. You can't just tell me something. You gonna tell me, but I'm gonna check it out. You could tell me, and I'm gonna listen, and then I'm gonna check it out. I was hearing, and I'm like, okay, let me check this out. Let me check with the book. Let me check with the anatomy and the body function, hand work, and all of that. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. Right. But you ain't just gonna tell me, oh, because it and this and it's like that goes so against the body. No. Right? Like folks gonna be out here falling out or whatever. And like no, because he didn't say to do stuff like that. And then you can look in there in the book or whatever. So if you did that, that is how you can that's how you could do it. And then and really that goes according to with that intermittent fasting where you're not because you think about it, if you're eating or having your nutrients or whatever liquids and vegetables and fruit just between the hours of like 6 a.m. to 12, but no, not 6 a.m. to 12. That's 6. You're okay, you're not eating anything from 6 about 6 in the evening. That's what it is. From evening to 12 noon. Okay? 12 noon the next day. From 6 p.m. to 12 noon, you've either just drank water or you sleep, right? And then when you get up in the morning, you just drank water again or drank your nutrients. Solid food didn't touch your stomach, touch your digestive system until noon. You do the math for how many hours is that? And then your body starts flushing and you get clear and you can hear clear messages clearly and all of that type of stuff, right? So we'll get into that at another time. So I wanted to leave you all with that because I kept saying that I'm gonna tell you this at the end. I'm gonna tell you this at the end. So that's the fasting part and how you can, do that. And you don't work against yourself, but you work with yourself. All right. So I'm out of here for real. I gotta call my granddaughter back. I gotta head to the family reunion and all that good stuff. So see you all again next week on Saturday at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. 8 a.m. Central Standard Time. And I don't know how long we're going to be, but let's pray that Yahweh just have us on here for maybe an hour. All right. So you all have a wonderful rest of your day. Peace.